you so much, Sanchali ma'am and Sanjeev sir, for your beautiful Saraswati Vandana. For none of us achieve anything in life without God's grace. The secret of success, the secret of success is good leadership. And good leadership is all about making the lives of your team members better. This line was by Tony Dungy. As we move ahead, we would like to heartily welcome our former principal of Uday Memorial B.Ed College, Dr. Chandan Kumar Pankaj sir, for the welcome address. Sir.
Very good morning. Johar, Shashikal, Adab, all the participants. आज का हमारे माननीय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर कामनी कुमार प्रोभिशी, रांची यूनिवर्सिटी रांची, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर ए.के. चौधरी, रजिस्ट्रार, रांची यूनिवर्सिटी रांची, प्रोफेसर हेलना नेवनी, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर बीजू कुमार थपालिया, डीन ऑफ स्कूल यूनिवर्सिटी नेपाल, शारिणी, डॉक्टर शारिणी, फिनलैंड, प्रोफेसर शरयू यादव, आरआई अजमेर, प्रोफेसर शशिकांत कुमार, एजुकेशन एंड प्लानर, बड़ोदरा, संजय, डॉक्टर मनोज कुमार, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन, कोल्हान यूनिवर्सिटी, चाईबासा, सभी को हमारा बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। 2 दिन की इस महामारी के ऊपर, कोविड-19 महामारी का शिक्षा, पुनरुत्थान, भविष्य के परिदृश्य पर इसके प्रभाव, जो विषय पर चर्चा की जा रही है, इसी विषय पर कोविड-19 महामारी शिक्षा के पुनरुत्थान में हम अपने आप को किस प्रकार से शिक्षा के को घर में रह कर के भली भांति उसे उजागर कर सकते हैं, उसे हम समर्हित कर सकते हैं। इस प्रकार से नीति, तकनीकी, स्वरूप, मूल्यांकन सभी के विषय में हमें जानकारी हो और हम घर बैठ करके अपने को सुरक्षित रह करके शिक्षा को अग्रसर बढ़ाते रहें, इसमें हम बाध्य न हो सकें, सारी व्यवस्था उपयोग कर सकें, अपने शिक्षा दीक्षा को अनवरत सुचारू रूप से रख सकें। इसी विषय वस्तु पर हम विभिन्न विद्वान जनों को इस महामारी के विषय में और तकनीक के लिए आमंत्रित किए हैं। कुछ इस प्रकार से सभी जुड़े हुए हमारे श्रोतागण एवं अन्य तकनीकी लोग सभी को हमारे ओर से धन्यवाद। जो मैं अपनी तरफ से कह रहा हूँ, जो कह दिया वह शब्द थे, जो नहीं कह सके वो अनुभूति थी, और जो कहना है मगर कह नहीं सके वो मर्यादा है। जिंदगी का क्या आकर नहाया और नहाकर चल दिया। यही तो हमारी जिंदगी है, हमारा स्विचार है। लास्ट में बानी की वर्षा, अदाओं का फुहार, इंटरनेट की किरण, कुशलता की बौछार, चंदन की अनुभूति, श्रोताओं का प्यार, मुबारक हो आपको इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार। मुबारक हो आपको इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार। आज आप इससे लाभान्वित हों और इन चंद शब्दों के साथ अपनी वाणी को विराम देते हैं और श्रीमती प्रोभिशी मैडम को आमंत्रित करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Principal Sir, for your introductory words and lovely blessings for all of us. Moving further on the second day session of the webinar, we consider it a great honor and fortunate to welcome our patron, Professor Dr. Kamini Kumar, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Ranchi University, Ranchi. Ma'am has completed her post-graduation from Ranchi University in 1979. First appointed as assistant professor at Women's College in 1981. From there, she was transferred to Ranchi University in Botany Department. From since 1998, she is as a professor. 110 publications have been published. 15 PhD scholars under her guidance. Published one book in national and international level. Also attended seminars both in national and international level. Presently, since 2017 onwards, she is in the post of Pro VC, Ranchi University, Ranchi. Ma'am, we heartily welcome you on our platform. Thank you so much, ma'am.
आप सभी को मेरा प्यार भरा नमस्कार, जोहार। 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार COVID-19 pandemic, its impact on education, resurgence and future scenario के अवसर पर उपस्थित आज के पैट्रॉन रजिस्ट्रार रांची यूनिवर्सिटी डॉक्टर अमर कुमार चौधरी जी, प्रिंसिपल उदय मेमोरियल चंदन जी, आयोजन समिति के सभी सदस्य, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी रिसोर्स पर्सन्स, टीचर्स, स्टूडेंट्स, सर्वप्रथम पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमिटी को मेरी ओर से धन्यवाद इस महत्वपूर्ण वेबिनार के आयोजन के लिए। आपने आज का विषय बड़ा ही उपयुक्त और समय के अनुकूल चुना है। मैं सभी आयोजकों की आभारी हूँ कि आपने मुझे आमंत्रित किया और अपने कुछ विचार शेयर करने का मौका दिया। आज हमारा राज्य ही नहीं, पूरा देश, पूरा विश्व कोविड-19 से ग्रसित है। इसका कारण कोई नहीं, संपूर्ण मानव जाति है, जिसने प्रकृति का भरपूर दोहन किया, जंगलों से सारे पेड़ काट डाले, औषधीय वनस्पति का इतना दोहन किया कि उसे जड़ से ही खत्म कर दिया। और कोविड-19 के आगमन से आज हमारी आंखें खुल गई हैं। इसने हमें सिखा दिया कैसे प्रकृति का संरक्षण करते हुए हमें अपना जीवन जीना है। आपने पूरे लॉकडाउन की अवधि में पाया होगा कि वातावरण कितना स्वच्छ, कितना निर्मल हो गया है। कोविड-19 ने जहां एक ओर दुनिया भर में विकट चुनौतियां पैदा की हैं, वहीं दूसरी ओर प्राकृतिक सौंदर्य निखर गया है। जीवंत नज़ारे देखने को मिलते हैं, नदियां स्वच्छ हैं, झरने निर्मल बह रहे हैं, खेत जंगल फिर से हरे भरे हो रहे हैं और वातावरण बिल्कुल स्वच्छ है। हमारा इतिहास गवाह है, जब जब इस प्रकार की महामारियां फैली हैं, तब तब पर्यावरण ने एक सकारात्मक करवट ली है। यकीनन कोरोना संक्रमण काल में प्रकृति का यह रूप मानवीय जीवन के लिए भले ही क्षणिक राहत वाला हो, परंतु जब संक्रमण का खतरा टल जाएगा, तब क्या पर्यावरण की यही स्थिति बरकरार रहेगी? ये एक बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है और ये एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है हमारे सामने। अब हमारा प्रयास यह होना चाहिए कि प्रकृति को बिना क्षति पहुंचाए हम विकास की ओर सतत कैसे बढ़ेंगे। इस प्रश्न का जवाब आज हर एक नागरिक को समझना है और उसे तैयार करके रखना है। उसका स्थायी समाधान क्या होगा, इसकी हमें चिंता करनी है। ये हमारे लिए प्रकृति की ओर से दी गई चेतावनी है और हमें अवसर दे रही है कि हम अपनी जीवन शैली कैसे बदलें, कि विकास प्रक्रिया के तौर तरीके को बदलने का हमें कैसे अवसर मिलेगा। कोविड-19 ने हमें कई चुनौतियां दी हैं और हर क्षेत्र में ये चुनौतियां हमें मिली हैं। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भी ये चुनौती है और इस चुनौती का सामना करते हुए शिक्षा के क्षेत्र को कैसे आगे बढ़ाना है और कैसे ऊपर तक ले जाना है, इसको अभी हमें बड़े संकल्प के साथ सोचना होगा। सबसे पहले तो उच्च शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जो चुनौती है, उसमें हमें देखना है कि हम एडमिशन बच्चों का कैसे लेंगे। एडमिशन की प्रक्रिया भी ऑनलाइन होगी, तो बच्चों को हर कुछ ऑनलाइन करने के लिए हमें तैयार करना है और अपने को भी तैयार करना है कि हम इसमें कैसे सफल होंगे। ऑनलाइन एडमिशन के लिए क्या-क्या आवश्यकताएं हैं, उसको हम समझ लें और एक लाइन से उसका हम निष्पादन शुरू कर दें। बैंक में कैसे हमको पेमेंट गेटवे बनाना है और उस प्रक्रिया को कैसे हम 1-2 एक्सपेरिमेंट करके कुछ 1-2 रुपए ट्रांजैक्शन करके और उसको हम अपना क्लियर कर लें कि बैंक में हम ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन कैसे करेंगे। और एडमिशन ऑनलाइन इस बार होगा, तो ऑनलाइन एडमिशन के लिए जितनी भी प्रक्रियाएं हैं, वो हमें कैसे पूरी करनी है, इसके लिए हर कॉलेज में अपनी एक कमेटी बना लें और उस पर काम शुरू हो जाए। इसके अलावा जैसे ही एडमिशन खत्म होगा, तो आपको कक्षाएं भी ऑनलाइन ही शुरू करनी पड़ेंगी, क्योंकि अभी जो स्थिति है, उसमें मुझे नहीं लगता है कि हम जनवरी के पहले बच्चों को शिक्षण संस्थाओं में बुला पाएंगे। तो बच्चों को हमें सेमेस्टर भी मेंटेन करते हुए क्लासेस भी कंप्लीट करनी है और उनके एग्जामिनेशंस भी लेने हैं। तो कोर्सेज जो ऑनलाइन होंगे, उसके लिए क्या व्यवस्था होगी, आप क्लासेस को किस माध्यम से लेंगे। आजकल जो हम नहीं सीखना चाहते थे, वो भी हम जबरदस्ती सीख रहे हैं कि हमें ऑनलाइन जब हम सेमिनार वेबिनार का आयोजन कर सकते हैं, तो हम ऑनलाइन क्लासेस का भी ज़रूर आयोजन कर लेंगे, मुझे पूरी आशा है। और इसके लिए बच्चों को फ़ेमिलियर करना होगा, इंटरनेट से कैसे जुड़ें, हर समय ऑनलाइन कैसे रहें, अपने टीचर्स के साथ कैसे कॉन्टैक्ट में रहें, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना दें बच्चों का, जो कि वो हर समय अपने शिक्षकों के कॉन्टैक्ट में रहें। अगर आपके पास 100 बच्चे हैं तो आप 4 ग्रुप बना दीजिए 25-25 बच्चों के, और उनको व्हाट्सएप पे हर समय कनेक्टेड रखिए, क्योंकि अभी ये आवश्यक है कि हम बच्चों में किसी भी तरह की मानसिक बीमारी को नहीं पनपने दें और उनको साइकोलॉजिकल कोई प्रॉब्लम ना आए, ऐसी स्थिति को बनानी है, क्योंकि बच्चों में तुरंत स्ट्रेस डेवलप हो जाता है और वे निराशा की ओर भागने लगते हैं। तो बच्चों में निराशा ना हो, इसके लिए आवश्यक है कि टीचर्स हमेशा बच्चों के कॉन्टैक्ट में रहें, उनको कुछ-कुछ मटेरियल देते रहें और कुछ-कुछ उनसे करवाते रहें एग्ज़ामिनेशन के तौर पर। तो आपको इस बार मिड सेमेस्टर भी ऑनलाइन लेना है और एंड सेमेस्टर भी ऑनलाइन लेना है। तो इसको हम लोग प्रैक्टिस के तौर पे बच्चों में पहले 1-2 चैप्टर्स पढ़ा के और करा लें, तो बच्चों को बहुत आसानी हो जाएगी और उनको किसी भी तरह का स्ट्रेस ना हो। इतना लंबा जो लॉकडाउन हो गया और अभी भी चल रहा है, जैसे ही अनाउंस होता है कि अब ये लॉकडाउन पीरियड 31 मार्च तक हो जाएगा, 31 जुलाई तक होगा, तो बच्चों में एक निराशा हो जाती है कि अब नहीं खुलेगा स्कूल कॉलेज। तो ये जो एक निराशा की भावना आती है बच्चों में, उसको नहीं आने देना है और उसको इंटरैक्ट करते हुए बच्चों के साथ उसको दूर करना है। बच्चों को सिखाना है कि हम आपसे दूर नहीं हैं, आपके पास हैं, खाली आप हमारे कॉन्टैक्ट में रहिए, आपको हम स्टडी मटेरियल देंगे, आपका हम टेस्ट लेंगे, आपसे हम वार्तालाप करेंगे, तो बच्चों में ये डिप्रेशन कभी नहीं आएगा। और ये आवश्यक है स्टूडेंट्स और टीचर्स दोनों के लिए कि जो डिप्रेशन की समस्या आती है, वो बिल्कुल ही ना आए। तो इस तरह के जो आप वेबिनार्स का आयोजन करते हैं, वो आप हर महीने करें और उसमें आप स्टूडेंट्स का इन्वॉल्वमेंट पूरा रखें, तो जिससे बच्चों में ये समस्या नहीं आएगी। आज आपके इस सेशन में कई विद्वान रिसोर्स पर्सन्स हैं और मुझे आशा ही नहीं, पूरा विश्वास है कि आप सभी इससे लाभान्वित होंगे और इसे अपने जीवन में उतारेंगे। मैं पुनः सभी आयोजकों को इस अच्छे से वेबिनार के आयोजन के लिए धन्यवाद देती हूँ और इसकी सफलता के लिए आप सभी को अपनी ओर से, पूरे रांची विश्वविद्यालय महापरिवार की ओर से शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Professor Dr. Kamini Kumar ma'am, for your very gracious words and for providing us great information of preservation of nature. शिक्षा के क्षेत्र को आगे कैसे बढ़ाने की बात आपने बतलाई, preparing and success of online study and also child precautions. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's move ahead. गांव की मिट्टी में ताकत है, गांव की मिट्टी में ताकत है, इस लाइन से हम शुरू करते हैं. The next dignitary to honor us with his presence, and we really are privileged to welcome our very next patron, Professor Dr. A.K. Chaudhary, Registrar, Ranchi University, Ranchi. Dr. A.K. Chaudhary, sir, has been completing his schoolings from his village, completed his BCom from Xavier College, MCom from Delhi University, BA from BIT Mesra, PhD from Ranchi University. 4 books in the course of study has been published. Among them, one of them is the Tribal Academy of Jharkhand. More than 50 articles in national and internationals have also been written. Sir has opened 3 schools in Angara block for deprived section. Also, he's working at primary education in block, that is Angara block. Sir, Professor Dr. A.K. Chaudhary, sir. Excuse me, sir. Sir, please unmute your volume, sir.
Hello.
Sir, am I audible to you, sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Thank you, sir, and very good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome you, sir.
Thank you. हेलो।
Yes, sir.
आवाज आ रही है?
जी सर, जी सर।
बोलिए।
It's over to you, sir.
थैंक यू। सबसे पहले मैं उदय मेमोरियल बीएड कॉलेज को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने जो वेबिनार किया है, जो आज के कोविड-19 के जो इस चक्रव्यूह में आपने जो वेबिनार किया है, निश्चित तौर से शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में एक नया आयाम जुड़ेगा। सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं माननीय प्रतिकुलपति महोदया का, रांची विश्वविद्यालय का, जिन्होंने अपना सारगर्भित अभिभाषण अभी दिया है, और जो ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी हैं संतोष जी को, और प्रिंसिपल पंकज जी को, और सारे ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम को जो बीएड कॉलेज के हैं, सबको मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं। मैं एक कॉमर्स का विद्यार्थी हूं। 2-3 बात सिर्फ आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं। झारखंड के संदर्भ में जो अभी झारखंड एक ऐसा प्रदेश है जहां आज भी 80% ज्यादा लोग गांवों में बसते हैं, जंगलों में बसते हैं, और उनके बच्चे 100% सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं। और अभी जो प्रोग्राम्स आ रहे हैं उसमें वो सूट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि देखिए अभी जो डाटा बता रहा है, कम से लगभग 20 करोड़ बच्चे हमारे हैं जो इससे वंचित हैं, और इसको किस प्रकार लाया जाए, यही सबसे बड़ा सवाल उठता है कि जिन बच्चों को खाने का लिए अनाज नहीं है, और अभी सरकार जो अभी हम लोगों को दे रही है, चावल जो दे रही है, तो चावल में सिर्फ कार्बोहाइड्रेट मिल रहा है। लगभग हमको लगता है कि 9.12 करोड़ स्टूडेंट ऐसे हैं जो मिड डे मील उनको नहीं मिल रहा है, उनको कोई प्रोटीन खाना नहीं मिल रहा है। और हमारे जो रूरल बेस्ड लोग हैं, उनका मोर देन 75% पैसे फूड पे खर्चा होते हैं। उनके पास किसी प्रकार का इंटरनेट का साधन नहीं है, अगर है भी तो घर का एक परिवार का मुखिया के पास वो फोन होता है, बच्चों को नहीं मिल पाता। मेरा एक अपना सुझाव है, क्योंकि यहाँ देश विदेश से बहुत सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स आए हुए हैं, मैं देख रहा हूँ कि कुछ फॉरेन से भी लोग आए हैं। मैं पंकज जी को विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। मैं सारे लोगों को यही कहना चाहता हूँ कि जो डिप्राइव्ड सेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटी है, जिनके पास कोई साधन नहीं है, स्कूल में कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, इस कोविड के समय में इस अभिशाप को वरदान की तरह लिया जाए और खासकर ट्राइबल बच्चों के साथ, जिनके साथ जब आप लोग जितने यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेंट हैं, आने वाले दिन में आप फ्यूचर टीचर हो इंडिया के, जो ट्राइबल बच्चे हैं उनके साथ तिहरी मार होती है लैंग्वेज का। एक तो उनका अपना लैंग्वेज है, ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज है, एवरी ट्राइबल्स हैज देयर ओन लैंग्वेज। वो जब स्कूल में आते हैं तो उनको मीडियम ऑफ लैंग्वेज के बच्चे मिलते हैं, जो जैसे नागपुरिया बोलते हैं। और तीसरा, शिक्षक जब पढ़ाता है तो हिंदी में या अंग्रेजी में पढ़ाता है, तो उनके साथ बड़ी, और ड्रॉप आउट का सबसे बड़ा रीजन नहीं है। तो इसको किस प्रकार दूर किया जाए, मेरा एक छोटा सा सुझाव है, सरकार से भी है, और आप लोग जो इतने बड़े बड़े लोग आज यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, एक प्रस्ताव सरकार को भेजा जाए कि हर गांव में एक सामुदायिक भवन है, उस सामुदायिक भवन को, उस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हाईटेक किया जाए, जिससे कि बच्चे हर एक गांव में अगर होगा, टोला में अगर होगा, तो वहां बच्चे को टाइम बांट दिया जाए, जूनियर सेक्शन फिर सीनियर सेक्शन, इस तरह के बच्चों को अगर बांटा जाए, और वहां पर लोकल लैंग्वेज में जिस गांव का स्टूडेंट है, जैसे वो उस गांव में संथाली बोला जाता है तो संथाल के शिक्षक को, अगर कोई कुड़ुक बोलता है तो कुड़ुक के शिक्षक को, कोई कुरमाली बोलता है तो कुरमाली के शिक्षक को डेप्यूट किया जाए, जिससे उनकी मातृ लैंग्वेज में अगर वहां पढ़ाया जाए तो ये एक वरदान के रूप में साबित होगा, और हम लोग जिस क्राइसिस से गुजर रहे हैं उससे हम बाहर निकल पाएंगे। हम थोड़ी सी बात चलें, अभी रांची यूनिवर्सिटी में हम लोगों ने इस माध्यम पे बहुत काम किया है। अभी माननीय प्रतिकुलपति महोदया बता रही होंगी कि रांची रेडियो खांची के माध्यम से हम लोग रांची विश्वविद्यालय में लगभग 1000 से ज्यादा लेक्चर को अपलोड किया है, और सारे डिपार्टमेंट ने अपना ग्रुप बनाया है, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बनाया है, और इस तरह पढ़ाई हो रही है। लेकिन ये मैं समझता हूं कि ये हमारा केवल रिपेयर हो रहा है, केवल जो समय है उस समय का अनुकूलतम उपयोग हो रहा है। लेकिन एक बात पक्का है कि जिस तरह से हम लोग प्रकृति के साथ छेड़छाड़ किए हैं, जिस तरह प्रकृति के साथ हम लोग खिलवाड़ किए हैं, उसकी सजा भुगत रहे हैं, और प्रकृति की ओर ही जाना पड़ेगा। आपको नेचर से हटके जहां चलिएगा तो आपको ये सब परेशानी झेलनी पड़ेगी, ये मानव समाज को समझना पड़ेगा, और हम लोगों को प्रकृति से के साथ पढ़ाई होनी चाहिए, उससे हटके नहीं होना चाहिए। अभी क्या है कि ऑल द स्टूडेंट आर रनिंग आफ्टर ब्रेड एंड बटर। पैसा कमाने का अगर साधन होगा शिक्षा, तो ये सब परेशानी होगी। लेकिन अगर शिक्षा सही में दिया जाए, जिससे उसका जीवन मूल्य बढ़े, उसका जीवन स्तर बढ़े, उनकी मानसिकता का डेवलपमेंट हो, समाज को लेकर चले, और हम एक सामाजिक प्राणी बने, एक इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन की कल्पना हो, हर व्यक्ति को शिक्षा का अधिकार हो, और राइट ऑफ एजुकेशन 2009 तो आ ही गया है कि हर एक को शिक्षा का अधिकार मिलना चाहिए। तो मैं समझता हूं कि आप जो ये सेमिनार कर रहे हैं, इसका सार्थक तभी होगा, क्योंकि इसलिए आपको बधाई देना चाहते हैं कि मैं देख रहा था पार्टिसिपेंट्स इतने आए हैं यहाँ पर, बहुत दूर दूर के पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, अमेरिका से हैं, कोई बाहर से हैं, पूरे इंडिया से लोग आ रहे हैं। तो ये जुटान करना भी एक बहुत बड़ी मतलब आप लोगों को सफलता की कुंजी है, और इसमें अपनी बातों को जो लोग आए हुए हैं, खासकर जो हमारे रिसर्च स्कॉलर हैं, खासकर जो बीएड के टीचर हैं, क्योंकि खासकर मैं झारखंड की बात करूं, जिस प्रदेश में आप शिक्षक बनने जा रहे हैं, वहां पे 70% लोग रात को भूखा सोता है, एंड उसका अपलिफ्टमेंट तभी होगा जब उसका प्राइमरी एजुकेशन स्ट्रेंथन होगा। और प्राइमरी एजुकेशन को स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए उसके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को डेवलप करना बहुत जरूरी है, और समय समय पर आप लोगों को ट्रेनिंग देना भी जरूरी है। अभी जो ये प्रॉब्लम आया, तो हमारे बच्चे या हम लोग मोबाइल को एक मनोरंजन का साधन समझते थे, बच्चे भी समझते थे कि मोबाइल से हम ये देख लेंगे वो देख, लेकिन ये पहली बार हुआ है कि मोबाइल शिक्षा का साधन होगा। मैं समझता हूं कि पूरे देश ही नहीं, पूरे विश्व में एक इसकी सार्थकता बढ़ी है, इस मोबाइल की सार्थकता बढ़ी है। घर में बच्चे अगर 3 हैं तो तीनों लड़ाई करते हैं कि हमारा क्लास है, हमारा क्लास है, हमारा क्लास है। तो ये एक अच्छी शुरुआत है कि कैसे हम लोग घर से भी पढ़ सकते हैं, और हम समझते हैं इसके लिए हमको आगे भी तैयार रहना है। ये लोग समझ रहे हैं कि कोविड खत्म होगा, अगस्त में खत्म होगा, जुलाई में, हो सकता है कि ये समाप्त होने के बाद भी इसकी सार्थकता बढ़ी रहे, क्योंकि प्रकृति से जिस प्रकार हम लोग खिलवाड़ किए हैं, तो हमको इन चीजों को फेस करना पड़ेगा और फिर हम लोगों को पुराने समय पे आना पड़ेगा। आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई, धन्यवाद कि आपने मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। और आप लोग इसी तरह, पूरे टीम को मैं बधाई इसलिए देता हूं कि आप लोग सेमिनार वगैरह करते रहते हैं, लेकिन और अच्छे से करें, जिससे एक रोल मॉडल की तरह उदय बीएड कॉलेज उभरे पूरे झारखंड में। और आप सब शिक्षकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई, धन्यवाद। जय झारखंड, जय हिंद।
We really thank you, Registrar Sir, for your stimulating and inspirational words for all of us. You have shared with us the reality of the village students or deprived students, also strengthening of the primary education. This is really very, very necessary in today's world. एंड आपने हमें सर अपने प्रकृति एवं गांव से जुड़े रहने के लिए प्रेरित किया है सर। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Now, before we get started, if you have any questions during the presentations, please type them into the chat box. And due to crisis of time, we will select one or two questions from them and will give time for questions just after the resource person ends his or her presentations. Thank you. As we move on to the part of experiences, sharing, views, ideas, and knowledges, we would like to heartily welcome and introduce our very first resource person, Professor Dr. Saryug Yadav, Associate Professor in English Language, RIE Ajmer. He has been gold medalist in MA from Bhagalpur University, Bhagalpur. Has been experienced of 10 and a half years of lectureship in Rajendra College, Chhapra. He has also published 3 books, and since 2014, he has been the assistant professor at Ajmer. We welcome you, sir, on this very platform. And today's topic on which sir will give his sharings and ideas and his thoughts is the challenges faced by teachers and students. Thank you so much, sir. It's up to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And good morning to all of you. First of all, I express my deep sense of gratitude to all the organizers of this international webinar on a very important topic, which is related to education. The topic which has been assigned to me is challenges being faced by students and teachers. As we all are aware that COVID-19 has created a kind of unprecedented havoc in the entire world, and it has affected all aspects of human life. And we know that because of COVID-19, our life has been unsettled, our economic condition has gone down. But the most important actually dimension of human life which was affected is education. We know that education, when we talk about education, education has some broad goals. When we say that we all need education, why do we need education? Education is something very significant to make us a better human being. It develops in us the skill for the survival. So there are four important goals of education, means to know, to do, to be, and to live together. And COVID-19 has forced all of us to be quarantined, to maintain a social distancing, which is diametrically opposed to schooling. When we say education, education means to look after our children's social, emotional, and academic dimensions of life. But because of social distancing, our children are no doubt with family, but they are segregated by their peers, by even the neighboring family members in the community. And we know that during these days, only way or only means of education has been shifted from traditional classroom teaching to online teaching. And we know that India is a multilingual, multicultural, and we have the various socio-economic variant groups. No doubt, online teaching has come out as a substitute, but I believe that earlier it was used as a supplementary, input or support to enhance the learning capability of the students. But nowadays, this is the only, means to reach the students. This may be an alternative, but it is a short time kind of solution, because we know that in our country, we have several people in the rural area, in the tribal area, where we have not proper availability of internet, computer, laptops, and even it is very difficult to charge our mobile because of lack of regular electricity. So our students are facing a lot of difficulty, and it is creating a digital divide among the students. Those who are privileged, they don't find any difficulty, they appreciate. But for them, because we must think for the last child of the country. Secondly, we know that we have also the problem of inclusive education, children with special needs. And when we go for online teaching, there is plenty of opportunities for exposure of audio visual material. But what about tactile and kinesthetic experiences, which are required by those children who are visually impaired and who cannot listen? So there must be some kind of suggestions to the parents who can support them, because unless and until we provide some activity or support system, they will be deprived from this online learning. And language barrier is also one of the important challenges before the students, as we know that our country is multilingual, and most of the audiovisual materials, online materials, are available only in English. But we know that our country has diversity of languages, and English knowing students are very less in the country. So this again creates a problem, because English dominates the entire scene, and those students who don't have command over English language, they are not in a position to utilize the material properly. And this is also true that stress is very acute among the students, because to sit continuously before the screen for a long time is not a pleasant experience. because we have interaction with some of the students. They say that it is very boring, and it is very painful also for several students. They want, we know that education is a kind of creative dialogue in which teacher interacts with the students participate, they also ask some questions. So in this kind of system, there is a lack of, asking questions and clarification about their doubts. So there is no scope. This is one-way process. So our students' mental, physical well-being is equally important. But we find that because of social segregation or social distancing, now there is a kind of sense of fear among the students. They don't have any interaction with the teachers or the peer groups also. Because when we talk about schooling or education, it does not mean only the enrichment of the curriculum area. It is also about social interaction, emotional exchange of ideas. But these all things are missing in this present age. So I'm reminded on just a poetic line of William Wordsworth, who has said in his poem, "What man has made of man." But here in this context, I would like to say it in another way, what COVID-19 has made of man. This is actually, these are the challenges which our students are facing frequently, ceaselessly since COVID-19. And I am afraid even after COVID-19, the situation what will be the situation? This is very alarming. And now let me just touch upon some of the aspects which teachers are facing. We know that teachers have not undergone proper training for online teaching. Several teachers, we know that in our country, because just before COVID-19, online teaching was used as a supplementary material. But now it is the only way to reach the students. So our teachers are not fully trained to just use online platform. It may be smartphone, computers, or whatever materials it may be. So it is creating a kind of problem, because traditional way of teaching was totally different from the teaching which we have undergone these days. So our teachers are not very comfortable. They feel ill at ease in their discharging their duties. And number two, in many organizations, we have found that they are facing the difficulty because they have to develop e-content. Now the challenge arises that how to develop e-content which can be interesting as well as useful and meaningful. It should also cover the curricular areas, and it should also sustain the interest of the students. So this is a challenge again before the teacher. And thirdly, we know that our objective as a teacher, our duty as a teacher, to bring quality education to all students, irrespective of economic barrier or linguistic barrier. This is again another challenge which the teachers are facing, that how to attain quality learning by all the learners in the entire country. This is the third problem. And learning resources, as I told you, that this is also related with the students, that those learning resources which are being provided by the teacher nowadays through online are something not covering the interest of the entire community of the students. And then, as I told you that children with special needs, they need a special kind of attention. And during these days, we are helpless that how to reach them, how to solve their problems, because they are not able to enjoy audiovisual material on the screen, because we don't have the provision of tactile and kinesthetic materials which can ignite their experiences. So this is the challenge which we teachers are facing. And then we know that when we say schooling or teaching learning, it is also taking care of other aspects besides curricular areas, besides subject areas. And those areas are not being properly undertaken during these days. So this is again a kind of frustration, a kind of worry for the teachers, that we don't take care of, or we don't look after the emotional, social, and behavioral well-being of our children. And we also face the difficulty that how to assess, what would be the assessment mechanism. We don't have assessment mechanism to be adopted and settling and setting learning parameters, actually how to take the assessment. And you all must be aware that several students are asking about the examination. They are uncertain, they are not certain that how that examination will be held. Some of the universities, some of the institutions have undergone for online assessment, online examination. But this is again one of the serious issue which the teachers are also facing, the students are facing. Actually, besides teachers and students, another important stakeholder is parent. So parents should also be considered in this triumvirate of education, because during these days, parents play a very important role. And parents have to take extra care, because as I told you that in this country there is a great digital divide, and our many parents who are actually daily worker, and they don't have the sufficient money to purchase the mobile data for their children. So it again creates the problem that despite our best efforts we are making for the students, it is very difficult to reach each and everyone. So when we see education in its totality, we find that these two target groups, particularly teachers and students, and we are facing really great difficulty, because we know that during these days, no doubt our government is coming out with some alternative, school calendar and also some material. They are very useful because during these days, no other means can be adopted. So I believe that these are the things which we are facing. So we have to be very serious about all the challenges. And now the time has come when all the stakeholders of education, it may be researcher, educationists, teachers, parents, they must put their mind together and join their hands to come out with some solution, with some reliable remedy, so that because we know that even post COVID-19 time will have, because we cannot go back before COVID-19 system of education totally. I believe that even after COVID-19 is over, when schools will be opened, lockdowns will be lifted totally, the situation will not be exactly the same, because we have already come forward a lot. So we have to think that what can be the meaningful solution for the remedy, because education is something very significant, and we can't ignore our education. And we know that 32 crore children are in our schools, and they are getting education. But now, after COVID-19, actually, it seems that they have been dropped out. Mm, because the entire teaching learning process had become homebound. But homebound learning is something very peculiar, actually, in our situation, because teacher, uh, school, these are the two things which were very important. So now parents' responsibility has been enhanced. Parents should also come forward to just support their wards, because this is a time to have patience. We should maintain our equilibrium. It may be emotional, it may be psychological, it may be, other aspects also, because we find that this is the time when we all should have the patience, and we should not force our children just to tell him to sit for a long time before the screen. Uh, so I believe that this is a greater challenge, greater responsibility uh, before all of us, and we cannot ignore this onus. We cannot dare to ignore this responsibility, because this is the important area which is intimately related with our survival skill. We know that these are the things which I wanted to share with you. And if some questions can be asked, I would be happy to just clarify.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We express our sincere thanks to Dr. Sayug Yadav, sir, for giving an excellent coverage to your topic and giving ideas on proper training of teaching using technologies, about the quality education, role and responsibility of parents in this time period. And after listening to our very first resource person, now it's time for a question answer session. And I would like to hand over to our next coordinator, Nirmala ma'am, Assistant Professor, Uday Memorial B.Ed College. Yes, ma'am, it's over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Swati ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Sayu sir.
Good
Welcome to
afternoon.
day 2 of this webinar. This is Nirmala for question answer session. Since we have time crunch, so we will pick only few questions, but participant please note if your call is not being picked up, you will get your answer of your questions very soon in your mailbox. So, Sayu sir, this is the first question to you from Rehan Fazal, sir. He has asked, sir, how can we maintain quality and balanced education for all during this situation? Any suggestion?
Uh, as I told you that actually this is the joint responsibility, because the teacher has its limitation now. Because of social distancing, it is very difficult to reach physically to the students. But of course, through mobile, through telephone, we can try to just reach those students. But uh, parents must play an important role. I know that there are many students whose parents are not educated. So for them, it is a real challenge, because teachers are the only torch bearer for them. But even then, they can take the help of the teacher through mobile, through telephone. And of course, I know that even we have some good teachers who will be ready to provide them suggestion. And reading material, actually, uh, this is a time when a student should depend upon the reading. We know that these days reading has become very rare activity. But once again, reading textbook must be encouraged. They must try to read the textbook, because this is the only material which is reliable and dependable. Of course, there are some soft, material or online material that is available on Google. But even then, because those children, they must cultivate the habit of reading the text. And I think that if once they cultivate the habit of reading text and the reference material, quality will automatically improve.
Okay, thank you, sir. And here is another question from Poonam Kullu, sir. She wants to know, sir, please tell something about the learning parameters, sir. Learning parameters.
Actually, NCRT has already come out with learning outcomes, from class 1 to 8, and again for secondary level also. So I think by going on the, site of the NCRT, we teachers must go through them. And you must have heard that NCRT had come out with some alternative calendars. Those learning outcomes are actually class based, skill based actually. They are not content based, but they are competency based for each and every class. And if we keep in our mind those competencies, those skills which are required in a particular class for a student, it will be helpful for us to focus on them for a particular student, for a particular class. So I think that if a teacher is aware well about the learning outcome of a particular class, his task will be easier, and he will be easy to do justice with his teaching to these students.
Okay, thank you, sir. And here is another question from Nupur, sir. What approach should taken to mitigating impacts of emergencies on education?
Education, is a lifelong process. We know that we are down because of COVID-19. But, this tough time will pass, and it can be mitigated. Its impact can be reduced by our patience, by hard work, and as I told you, that self-driven learning. We should not totally depend upon others. We must explore the possibility of the materials where learners must feel independent. They should not be dependent on teachers or parents. So if this kind of habit or this kind of attitude is promoted among the students, to a large extent, we can mitigate the emergency arising out of COVID-19. Because otherwise, because of social distancing, as I told you, this is diametrically opposite of schooling. School actually has a sense of closeness, togetherness, peer meets, teacher meets, but because of social distancing, which is the demand of the time, because of COVID-19, uh, it is very difficult to practice the previous practices of having teaching in such a proximate or close manner. And teaching or learning is a creative dialogue actually, dialogue between teacher and students. So this dialogue should be continued. We know that we have certain limitations. We can't physically, pat our students or touch our students, but we can talk to them, and a good teacher can influence the students even living 50 miles away from them, because words are power. Words are so mesmerizing and powerful that they can motivate them. And once they learn how to learn, how to study, so a study skill has to be promoted in order to mitigate or reduce the impact of COVID-19.
Okay, thank you, sir. Very true, sir. I agree too, sir. It was really detailed description, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Uh,
And over to Swati ma'am, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for.
Sir, thank you so much for your great presence, sir. Thank you. Yesterday, we were privileged to learn one very important line from one of our resource person. That is, if we remember, distance has been locked, और कहा जा सकता है दूरियां मिट गई हैं इस कोविड-19 के समय में. Continuation of this line, we are moving ahead and are fortunate to introduce and welcome the very next resource person, Professor Dr. Hanneli Nimmi, University of Helsinki, Finland, Faculty of Educational Sciences, Department of Education Science. We are privileged to listen. We are privileged to listen to her with the topic on which Ma'am Dr. Hanneli Nimmi will throw light and share her enriching thoughts is the COVID-19 and the case of Finland in education. Ma'am, we welcome you on this platform. Very welcome, sir. Welcome, ma'am. And it's over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's really great to welcome you also to this session from Finland. So you have now afternoon, we have morning time in Finland, and it's really great honor to participate this webinar and also contribute with thoughts what we have had in Finland during Corona COVID-19. So I have enjoyed so much being in this webinar, listening your talks yesterday and today, and I can see how committed you are in education and making all improvements that every children could learn and have education even during pandemic times. So I have short slide presentation, and I will try to share that now with you. I hope that you can see now my slides. And before I start, I would really like to thank you, the previous speaker, Professor Dr. Saryang Yadav. Excuse my pronunciation, but I think that all these issues he mentioned are very important, and also we have learned that in Finland. So my presentation is from Finnish context, which is very different what you have in India, but I'm sure that we can learn from each other, even though the contexts are very different. So, as you see, I am from the University of Helsinki, and I am also working as UNESCO chair on educational ecosystems for equity and quality of learning. That means that it's global work that every children could have good learning opportunities and have opportunities also to have quality education. So I have worked in teacher education for several years or decades, and also learn how to use technology as tool for learning. And now I will turn to those issues, what pandemic meant in Finland. So the Finnish government made decision in mid-March to slow down the spread of coronavirus. So it was also in Finland as in all countries in our global world. And then practically the whole society lived and worked at homes. That meant that all companies sent their workers, employees to home to work, And that means also that only grocery stores and pharmacies were open using special arrangements in order to avoid close human contacts. So that was a time when everywhere was silent on streets and in public transportation. So that also had the consequence that all educational institutions from early childhood to higher education were closed at least 2 months from mid-March to the mid-May. And that concerned especially basic education and high school and universities. Now high schools and universities are still closed. It's now summer holiday time, but I think that in the autumn universities still partly are closed in physically, but still working as this at the distance. Also, there was regulation that all 70 years old or 70 plus people, they regarded as a special risk, and they were at home, and for example grandparents couldn't see their grandchildren because there was regulation that everybody has to avoid human contact. So that was very hard time for many people in Finland. And then that was also the question how to arrange education to every children. And this presentation is now a description how students, teachers and parents experience at distance school during the pandemic times. Also, I want to summarize how Finland has learned from these pandemic times and give some examples how to ensure in crisis times that all children still have opportunities for good education and that their well-being is taken seriously. So the National Board of Education, that has the agency giving advices to all schools, they expressed in March, due to the corona outbreak, school premises in Finland are now closed and education is provided remotely as distance learning. The starting point in the arrangements is to aim at deviating from normal operation as little as possible. That means that everything should continue in normal times, but now at a distance. Government gave advices, and also this National Board of Agency gave advices through websites and different kinds of webinars. So that was special time for teachers as well as school leaders, because there was the very important principle in Finnish education. The leading principle is equity. And that means that every child, every student should have quality education. They have equal rights to have quality education. So that is common principle in Finnish education. And the second issue is that Finnish education system is decentralized. It's no any governmental body who can say what to do in schools. It's very much depending at local authorities, and schools have wide decision and implementation power. Then we thought that how that can work when it's decentralized, not governed by any one body, and teachers and principals in schools, they have quite a lot of freedom to organize everything. So we really ask, how did this work during the pandemic time? But then we were surprised. Distance school started. Students were at home and they have computers, they could have tablets, but also mobile phones. Not everybody hadn't computers, but they have anyway mobiles. And then we followed what happened. We followed that, however, that was decentralized. Teachers were used to work as decision makers and instructional planners. They have done that kind of professional work since years. They didn't follow any specific national-based curriculum. They had frames, what they follow, not exactly what they have to do. But now, when they moved to distance learning, they were pretty ready to make their own arrangements, how to organize this school at distance. So immediately they took their roles as online teachers. And that was important, that how local schools could make their own decisions to use online tools as efficiently as possible. Schools had already online e-communication platforms with homes, because they have used to use information to families, and parents could communicate with teachers through this e-platform. That was one channel. But then important was that many homes had internet or at least mobile phone connections. And children also had mobiles. That's very typical in Finland, or tablets. If they didn't have, they could borrow devices from schools. That was organized, that schools had those devices and they could lend any free charge. And every morning, teachers welcome from their own homes students to saying, good morning, are you at classroom, our distance classroom? And they use Teams, Zoom, Google platform, or school-based communication internet channels. So that was organized by local authorities, what tools they could use. And then they have also support to use these channels. And that was important, that teachers, study counselors, special need experts tried to check as much as possible that every student was along at distance learning. Every morning they welcome, every afternoon they welcome and say, are you there? Are you now along with us when we have distance classroom? That happened also in universities and higher education. So higher education changed all courses at distance. It has also some earlier experiences. Very often there has been used blended learning models, that some are distant, some are face-to-face. And amazingly, courses completed pretty well. Only problem I could say was practicum times, when they have to practice in some places what were closed now, and that made delayed in university sector. Admission examinations to universities were organized online, and all student services, social services, different kind of psychological services were also organized online. And very important to faculty people was that there was a lot of Zoom and team meetings as normal staff meetings and faculty meetings. And then also many informal virtual internet cafe sessions were organized, because people wanted to share their experiences and enjoy collegiality, and having that kind of sense that we really are in the same situation and we share our worries and also what we have learned from our distance experiences. And nationally, we have cooperation organization for leaders and Finnish universities, and they met continuously, almost at any time of the day, if Finnish government gave new outlines for coronavirus. And I could say that strong networking in that kind of pandemic or crisis times is very important. It's important at school level, at local level, at national level. And universities and higher education had that kind of strong networking, sharing their experiences, which we saw as very important. So it was also technical support what was organized. Teachers at schools and universities had special support from IT, information technology departments as much as possible. Also, there was the organized that width of the bands for wide internet use was extended immediately. They made these decisions at universities and local school authorities. More software licenses were provided that every teacher and student could get access. And a lot of advices was on web pages. Ministry of Education and Culture, National Agency of Education, and universities. So that helped then individual teachers to do their own work. We also organized a very wide survey. 50,000 students at distance school from age 7 to 15 years old were asked what did they do during the distance time. How much did you spend time studying in a day? And you could see that very often more than 60% they use around 2, 3 or even 5 hours in a day in distance school every day. Very small minority was about 1 hour, and then certainly there was also some students who stayed in distance school every day 6 to 7 hours. Then they was also asked how had a teacher arranged the distance teaching. The almost 100% sent assignments and materials to students, but then there was also some video teaching, and then there was also discussions in groups, but also personal discussions with teacher, which was very important, especially for special need students. Then we also asked if you had any problems or failure with assignments, what are they? And students answered that I wasn't able to do that, but important for distance learning is that I couldn't concentrate. So that is something what we have to think that not all students are able to concentrate when they are at distance learning. Then there was also, I didn't know what to do. I didn't get to start. Half of them have difficulties, or I didn't have the energy to do that. So people are not so powered when they are in remote learning situation. And then we had very good also to know that when we ask how many of your assignments have usually you're completed, so you can see that almost all students could complete their assignments. 60% say that I could make all my assignments, and 35 almost all. Very, very small minorities say that I approximately half I could do, and very, very small say that less than half. So we think that we were happy to have this kind of feedback that they could learn however they had some difficulties. And then we could find also how did you have difficulties in different subject matters. And you can see that we have all subject matters in our distance school. There was some problems in math, foreign language, not so badly, but anyway, we could see that very small minority say that very much or very much. Most of them say very little or not at all. So there is important to see that however, even there is successful experiences, students also have difficulties, and then that was our lessons how to help them when they are at remote school. So then we asked, did distance school have any positive issue? And amazingly, many students say more relaxed timetable, that was majority. Learn to study in net, that was seeing very useful. More peaceful study conditions, that was also very important. Less bullying, that was important. They say that if there was difficulties between peers, then we didn't have that during distance time. More help from teachers. And I think that most students say that that was very good time, but then also say then that we could have more face-to-face. Even though many distance education experiences were very well functioning, we still learn a lot from that pandemic time. There is a danger that distance learning increases inequalities among students. And learning difficulties grow. Motivational factors are evident when distance learning continues. You can't be so interested in when you are just alone. Teachers' capacity to use digital tools pedagogically differ. Parents can have a lot of stress and burdens, and studying at home can be very demanding for some students as well as parents. Teachers need pedagogical and technical support, and they need also sharing opportunities during distance times. And schools and higher education institutions must be prepared for exceptional times and have strategies for different kinds of crises and exceptional times. I think that's something we have especially learned, that there must be strategies for exceptional times. Even though school is very important place for formal learning, we also that school has multifunctions in students' life. School is also a place for relationships, social relationships, keeping company with peers, chatting, playing, having nice time together. It's collaboration place also, working together, sharing ideas. That's very important. Having school lunches, what we have in Finland every day. It's also a place for hobbies. It's something that gives direct contact with teachers. It's easier to help, ask, and support. So all these impact on students' well-being, and these elements are not enough present in distance schools. So that's something we have to keep in mind for the future. So we really need after Corona strategies. Schools and higher education institutions must be prepared for exceptional times. That's not, I think, the last epidemic. It could be any time new pandemic times or other catastrophes. They must have strategies for different kinds of crises and exceptional times. Teachers' capacity for online teaching needs pedagogical, technical, and social competencies. Students' capacity for online learning, self-management, and social skills are needed, and effective IT, information technology, infrastructure, and support is needed. So I think that we need a lot for the future, even we did quite successfully during those 2-3 months we had schools closed. So what we have learned overall in the world, crises always deepen inequalities. And usually the most vulnerable are girls. That is coming very deeply and clearly from UNESCO reports 2020, which is just for what COVID-19 have affected in teachers and students, especially students' life. And also we have learned that working together, we can do a lot. And I really appreciate that we could share our experiences with our Indian colleagues, and I hope that we can work together for safe and healthy world. Thank you so much for listening. I'm very happy to answer to your questions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, ma'am. We are grateful to you for demonstrating your topic with relevant presentation. We are very thankful, ma'am, for your great presence, giving your valuable and precious time with us. And we are proud to share your achievements. You have been Vice Rector for Academic Affairs at the University of Helsinki. You have been a visiting scholar at Stanford University. You have also been selected as the most influential person in education in 2013 by the Finnish Teacher Union. You have published papers in more than 10 languages. You have also been a scientific leader of big national research projects in Finland. Now, we will move ahead to Nirmala ma'am for taking time for few questions.
Okay, thank you, Swati ma'am. And hello all. Good afternoon, ma'am. Nirmala is back for question and answer round. Ma'am, you have given such a precise data about Finland. It was really excellent presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
And
you.
there is first question from Sunita. Ma'am, can you please share your experience about few of the challenges you faced at your workplace during COVID-19 crisis?
Yes, thank you. That's a very important question, and I think that there are challenges also in my workplace, in universities, and also schools. I think that very important is that how we can take our new role as a teacher and also new role as a student, and that means that very often the sense of being alone is something it takes us in those exceptional times, and that's why I think that the all these practices we used for getting sharing experiences, having meetings in like this webinar now here in with Indian colleagues. We have many kind of sharing opportunities, just formal like meetings telling what we have done in our with our courses, what kind of problems we have there, how we didn't get all students, what we did to get all students keeping along. So I think that sharing and discussing when you are alone at home is very important. And then especially when there are special need students in schools, also how we can get them along. I know that we phoned or we tried to get connection to parents, asking how are your kids there in our remote school. So that means that trying to get everyone along and then share experiences.
Thank you, ma'am. And here is another question from Dr. Shashikant Kumar, ma'am. Uh, he has asked, ma'am, whether any global studies initiated for understanding impacts on education.
Yes, we in teacher education we have that kind of global education courses, but also in schools there are also that kind of ethics and I could say sustainable issues, which is also global education issues. So it's normal part of their curriculum, very often integrated to many other subject matters. But now I think that this COVID-19 has also raised and emphasized this need of global education. I think that it is more important, it has become more important than it has been, and we are more aware of sustainable development in education, but also in environmental issues.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And the next question from Sujata, ma'am. After COVID, what will be impact on literacy rate? It will increase or decrease?
If we think globally, it decreases. In Finland, we don't have that problem because I think that literacy rate is 100%. Long tradition having that kind of high rate. But globally, if looking UNESCO reports, it's serious question. And 2013, we have prognosis that 800 million students are in a danger that they can't read in a proper way, even they can read some words, but it's difficulties to understand what they have read. And that means that all global efforts for getting better education for everyone is very important. UNESCO emphasizes especially that how to take care of girls who are the most vulnerable in this COVID-19.
Very true, ma'am. Unfortunately, it may happen.
Yeah,
Okay, ma'am, it was altogether a different but great learning experience to hear an insight from a different geography for a common crisis we all are facing. And it was great having you in this forum, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot,
very well,
ma'am.
very welcome.
Over to you, Swati, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Nirmala, ma'am. Today, once again, as we are moving towards the journey of experiences and ideas on the educational challenges on the COVID-19 pandemic, we would like to welcome our very next resource person on the webinar platform, Dr. Sari Muhenan, lecturer, VTTS University of Helsinki, Finland. Ma'am has taught in all grades in the Finnish education system and has served as both a classroom and a music subject teacher. As a teacher educator, she works as a, tech alongside student teachers, conducts educational researches, and associated in the writing of Finnish core curriculum of 2014. The topic on which ma'am will be delivering and delivering her ideas, innovative ideas, is the case of school education in Finland. It's over to you, ma'am. Welcome very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and greetings from Finland. I'm so delighted to stay with you with these 2 days, our Indian colleagues, and I'm happy to be here with our distinguished Professor Hannele Niemi, which is very much appreciated here also in Finland. So I would like to start my sharing with PowerPoints, and let's see if I can get them shared for you properly. Okay, are they visible, Swati? Can you see them? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I shall give you some light how it really happened, because I work as a teacher educator, but I also teach in a real school which belongs to the university. So I teach both children and students, teachers, and also give lectures for international guests. So what was it in reality then? A few words of me. So I chose two of my favorite places. Wintertime, I live here, Espoo. Our capital city is Helsinki, and Espoo sea is frozen during winters. And another picture here on the right is from our summer, which is my favorite time. So Swati, thank you for telling already that I also have been doing educational books. And as we heard today's, also in today's presentations, that also teaching materials have a very important role in teaching. And of course, the most important thing is a proper and very well designed teacher education. Here is my school, Viki Teacher Training Schools, and which belongs to the University of Helsinki and is situated in our capital city, Helsinki. We have about 1,000 pupils there and more than 100 teachers. It has basic education, children from 7 years to 15, and also high school, children at 16 to 18. And we have about 250 student teachers who are being trained in practice in the classrooms to get good quality in their teaching. And also we do in-service training for professional teachers and international educational visits. There is some web page for more info if you are interested. But how it really happened this pandemic time? Well, it was really a shock because situations proceeded very quickly. In fact, the first school infection was in our school. It was 1st of March, and we were very shocked, everyone, what is happening? Some of our colleagues, 3 our colleagues and 3 classrooms went to quarantine time. And of course, we were very scared, what is happening and what is really the situation? And immediately the information was given to us. There was a medical director from health centers who came to our school, calmed us down and gave information. And it immediately info for the staff and also for students and parents started and continued through all the time. And that was one of those very most important things. People need to know what is happening. And 12th of March, there was some more info. Situation is getting worse. Camp schools travels are cancelled. You cannot go any morning openings. We have to keep them in classes, not in the auditorium, and definitely have to be at home if there are any signs of sickness. But most important, all the time, people were calm. We will continue normal schoolwork with special hygienic awareness. This calming down was very important, not to get too frightened. And very suddenly, we were informed all schools will be closed. And it was only 2 days to be prepared for this. And it was, of course, a shock. Okay, how do we do it? And everybody had to make very quick decisions. But as Hannele told before, we have been very preferred in Finland because we have kind of working e-platforms, and we have been using many platforms, and our school decided that we shall use Teams. It's a university decision to use Teams platform. And it was not familiar for my classroom, so we had 2 days to get that into use, and children were quite interested. Oh, this is interesting, and also it was interesting for me. I didn't know it beforehand too well, but we had to just jump onto that. And as Hannele told, computers could be borrowed from the school if there was no computers at home. Another thing to be prepared was well-being. So school food, as we serve food in school, so that was organized. So in demand, children could come and take some food home, and every day if they needed. And also special education and student welfare was provided through all times. That was very important. And there was very few of those 7 to 10 years old that continued studying at home, school, if their parents were working on special areas or there was a need. 15 only from our 210 small kids from the grades 1 to 3. All others were studying remotely. Well, for us, the distance school was to ensure, again, that all students in all subjects could follow the curriculum and learn very well. And here is our national core curriculum, where I have had the privilege to write collaborative, the music part there. And another thing is that there is these core competencies that our curriculum is based, and 2 of those 7 core competencies, thinking and learning to learn, and ICT competence, information technology competencies, were very much in use during this pandemic 2 months time. There is someone drawing to my slides, but it's okay. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yes, and there is I work at the 3rd grade classroom, so I have 9 to 10-year-old children there, 25. It's quite a nice group, and we have built strong ICT competencies since the 1st grade. We have been using ICT devices and own cell phones for learning since the beginning. So it was quite easy in that sense. It's not difficult for children to take new devices into use. It is more difficult for the teacher. You have to build the courage for the teacher to learn with the children. And 5 from my 25 children borrowed computers from the schools. Others have had them at home. So, and we also had books and digital materials already in use, and we had already built very good school-home communication. Earlier, there was a question about how to engage also parents to support the learning, and I believe that is very essential. And in the first times when I meet my new class, I always try to build a very good atmosphere with the parents and the students. We are all there together for their children's learning. And of course, our school has competent teachers as a university school, and we have had possibilities to have training also during our working times. And our students are very active and innovative, and they have learned to do collaborative work also before the pandemic times. So I can trust that if I give them a task, for instance, in a group work, now you work in a group of 4 and go to the out of the classroom to work on something, so they can do it already. So we have built very good competencies to learn. Of course, there are always difficulties also, but most of the time all works very well. So every day I phoned via these teams from my home to the children's homes, and we studied along the curriculum, and I ensured that everyone's learning was proceeding, And we used familiar materials, but also these new materials through these teams. Here, for instance, is school books with I have been one of the writers that include also e-materials. So that it includes books, teachers' material, and e-material with videos and tasks and so on. And it was very important to keep the joyful learning community atmosphere also alive when we were online. And it all developed these distance learning practices while we were doing it. I hadn't been doing this kind of thing earlier, so also I had to jump into it. So it developed in action and while doing, and assessment was a tool. So I was all the time monitoring, okay, are they engaged? Okay, how are their work proceeding? Okay, they seem to have problems. So all the time assessing how their learning is doing and should I change something in my teaching. And I started from simple tasks, teacher given assignments, to collaboratively planned question-based group projects. For instance, Mother Earth Day, when they made really nice group work together. And from teacher talking or one student talking to active group conversations. And I learned how to monitor and how to guide them in these conversations. And also how to guide them to do collaborative knowledge creation, for instance, a project in PowerPoint presentation. So how to help them online. And yes, it was possible, and we learned together. So all the time in this new situation with new equipment, we tried and learned and shared good pedagogical ideas and practical information with the teachers, but also I got ideas from the children and also some useful practical information for the Teams platform from the parents who had been using it in their working place. So really collaborative learning in action. So what would we do? Well, we have everyday whole group meetings, having info, making plans, sharing tasks. And it was very important to see, put videos on and say, hello, I'm here. Students want to show their pets. And it was very important to listen their needs for being seen, them being visible. But of course, I provided a lot of teaching also. And then those small group meetings, reading, searching knowledge, innovating, and also making questions and giving feedback. Me giving feedback, but also peers giving feedback to each other. And also this individually tailored guidance, because of course, in the real classroom situation, some need more support than others. So it was also the case here in Teams. Surprisingly, some of the pupils were sparkling here in this online education, but surprisingly, some who were sparkling in the classroom very much get more shy. So there was different kind of needs, which I had to monitor all the time. And in the teams, we had information channel with the assignment and tasks, so children could always go back, and also parents could also go back and see what were the tasks for the day. Are they all being done? And also there were different channels for different subjects and projects, for instance, math, music, arts. And there was a diary channel, which was children writing about their feelings and how their learning proceeded. And it was a channel for me also to know about their well-being. Some children wrote that, oh, I hate this online thing. And it changed during the time, and sometimes they were enjoying, especially they were enjoying when they had more freedom in group projects, and they were suffering staying too long time with the computer. And what was also important, as school has this special important thing in social relations, it was very important to have a channel for students informal chatting where they could chat and would give gifs and so on. But of course, there were some rules, but I just followed normally and maybe sometimes commented something, but it was their channel to make social interaction there. There are some examples of different subjects, what really happened. For instance, music was one of the most difficult, although it's my favorite subject, but it was most difficult to online, I would say. But there was improvising, playing with homemade found instruments and writing musical history. In gymnastic, there was sports with rucksacks and whole family stretching. Mathematics was maybe most traditional, using math books, but also doing baking, doing measuring things at home or outside in your own yard. Finnish language, we have this good materials already so it was very easy to read and use this e-material. And science, we started in science very much from teacher talking and making tasks, but in science we meant more like this interdisciplinary project where the children could find a topic related to Mother Earth and invent questions they were interested in. For instance, there was a few projects of COVID virus. They wanted to work on that. And they made collaborative knowledge creation, and I helped them through the process. There was religion, handicrafts, art, and languages, different ideas. And many teachers in Finland were very innovative, and in Facebook and in different platforms we were sharing some of the ideas. Some projects succeeded very well, not all, and that's learning. Of course, there were difficulties. There was need for calming down. So the children needed info. They needed to be listened. They needed emotional support. We will be okay. And need for rules. For instance, learning online, there was many difficulties with the voices and how to really learn there. Need for free communication, the chatting channel. Need for change, not just listening. So variation of activities, and of course need for more support and building more support. And all the time assessing how the learning is proceeding. Okay, if someone is lacking behind or not visible so much, so I contacted more to that direction. And through Teams, it was easy to phone. So it was really, they had some good points in that also. The support was provided by me, the classroom teacher and other teachers, also special needs expert and resource teachers. So there could be individual small group Teams calls in planned times, especially in math and languages. And for instance, I have an Indian boy in my classroom who is having Finnish as his second language and this kind of support, a wonderful boy. And the individual Teams calls when needed. The student could call, oh, I need help. Or then if I had not time immediately, I contacted her as soon as I could. And if I had not seen someone in the morning session, normally there was maybe 1 or 2 times I couldn't see, but immediately I phoned parents or put messages and other platforms. So in fact, there was even more fruitful one-on-one discussions and text messages than usual. So it was quite wonderful experience in that sense. Parents, we had built earlier with this platform, Vilma, where we share information and support the students' learning and give advice to each other. And these teams we used during this online period, for instance, we could organize a students and parents meeting. We were all by the computers sharing difficulties and joys. And also I could arrange meetings with one family and a child solving some difficulties and giving advice. And of course, phone and email. So how did it eventually go? Well, we all had devices and books. So I think both are needed. Um, and we all proceeded and all are going to the fourth grade next year. And we could provide support. And the families, they all helped their children. Some had sometimes difficulties. They were tired. They had some sickness at home and they had perhaps some work problems. And then we made more support from the school. But it's very important to communicate all the time. And as I told, some students succeeded even better online, but some required extra efforts to keep on studying, they needed more motivation. So you need relevant tools, daily study routine, remember to eat, have some sport, and it was important that they were not left alone. And also there had to be the aim-based teaching and assessment going all the time on there. There had to be pedagogical variance to support the motivation and engagement. It may be very boring just listening to one head. And providing ICT support, emotional support, and daily encountering, caring, and sharing. Then we came back to school for 2.5 weeks. Great, most of the children said. Wonderful meet again. And it was a bit boring, but some, maybe 3, were more like, oh, is it safe? Or 4 or 5. So why couldn't we stay? And in fact, many of teachers also were thinking that is it necessary to go back? But I think it was after all good. Now we know that maybe in the autumn we will make a combination if necessary and it will be okay. And one of my students still continued at home, so we gave they needed to be special awareness, but all went fine during these 2.5 weeks. No one got sick. We had intensified hygienic instructions, for instance, washing hands places in the classrooms, disinfections, liquid, minimizing encounters, at least 1 meter distance. Of course, this required a lot of organization. And we found new learning spaces, libraries, gym hall. I was studying and teaching in gym hall and of course outdoors. Food were given by the kitchen personals. We couldn't make the buffet anymore. No big festivities, coughing precautions, and of course, if any illness, have to stay home. So as Hannele told, the learning difficulties and lack of motivation may grow during this online teaching, and active and constant interaction multiple ways is needed. And support and caring, sharing, keeping the joy of learning and taking care of the equipment and the pedagogical and technical competence of the teachers and of the mindset of just learning to learn with the kids. And of course, online tools and books, both are needed. We need all to be in the position of collaborative learners, which is one of our core competence areas in our national core curriculum also. And when we have good curriculum and freedom and trust, and teachers have the professional agency, so they are ready to make their own pedagogical decisions in difficult situations. And about caring and routines, I already taught, and coming to the combination of classroom and online teaching, they both are needed. And my final slide, so information sharing like we are doing here is very, very important. Also, we need to tolerate the uncertainty also in learning situations. Having the courage to learn in action and try new things. Everything is not working super well at the first time, but maybe next or the next time. And we can create new practices with the students. And we just have the need to support and caring, and joy and success during those hard times, especially. And learning from experiences, which we have had the joy here with our Indian colleagues. So I thank very much for this opportunity of talking to you. Here are some references for more information about Finnish education and about creating new practices, and one link also to our school and about our online material. Uh, so thank you very much, and I give my...
Thank you, ma'am, firstly, for your presence and great appreciation. It was very interesting and great listening you, ma'am, with a heart-touching and wonderful experience sharing and many more. Now, as it is time for question answer session, it's over to Nirmala ma'am. Nirmal ma'am.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody, once again. And good afternoon, Sari, ma'am. Nirmala is here again for question and answer session. Ma'am, currently all the academic institutes are closed in India. But once they are open and it starts coming back, they will carry anxiety inside the campus, which will distract their attention. So, ma'am, what do you suggest us to do different in order to make them more comfortable and draw their attention towards the study as quick as possible? Saurav is asking, ma'am.
Yes, so if I understood the question right, so there is a fear of corona when they come back. Do you mean this? Yes. Um, for us, we really were afraid to come back to school. Also, I was really thinking that, okay, maybe I will get sick and maybe even worse thing will happen. But then I thought, okay, if it's meant to be, well, I will go back to school. So information is the most important. So we were provided a lot. Okay, when you come back, there will be disinfections, and it's very important to do this. And there will be 1 or 2 meter distance. So providing information and making sure that okay, you can wear a mask and calming down that everything will be okay, but they have to be shown that okay, we have been thinking about this issue and things have been changed. So it is very scary the first time when you come in, but once I saw the children and once I saw my colleagues, oh, what a joy it was. So information and showing that there have been made some changes.
Yeah, correct, ma'am. Very correct. And the next question from Shilpa ma'am. What was it like working at a school when the coronavirus outbreak has hit Finland?
Yes, it was very scary. Although in Finland we have been quite lucky that the situation has not gone very bad, but it was very scary. It changed so quickly. So even that we teachers were scared, but I never showed it to the children. So it's our profession to okay, everything will work okay. Oh, stay in line. No, don't get closer. Now we wash hands, and we were washing hands all the time when we come in, when we go out, when we so constantly. But it was same but different. And also when the children were coming back, I was giving a lot of information for the parents and for the children also through the teams, and we were keeping this information that tomorrow we will see at school, but first thing we will not come close to each other. And first thing, there was very strict things, and again calming down, having information.
True, ma'am. Actually, that was beyond our imagination, ma'am. Yes. So, ma'am, thanks for sharing us thoughts and experience. It was really great learning experience for all of us. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And
Thank you
over
very
to
much.
you, Swati ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Nirmala ma'am. Taking us second day session further, we like to call upon, welcome and introduce our next resource person between us, Professor Dr. Biju Kumar Thapalia, Dean Faculty of Management, Purvanchal University, Nepal. He participated in national and international art exhibitions in Nepal and India. He is the board member of Rotary Club of Biratnagar and coordinated multiple global grant projects. Dr. Thapalia will be sharing valuable lessons on the topic, that is strategy of bridge, gap and equity. Welcome you, sir. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Good
you,
afternoon.
Swati. Thank you, Swati, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's indeed pleasure for me to be in this international webinar organized by Uday Memorial B.Ed College. I'm really very happy to be in this August gathering, even though we are in virtual session. So first of all, my greetings from Nepal to all of you who are in this webinar. Well, definitely we all, if I say the whole society of this world has been affected very severely with this pandemic. But definitely I think the most affected is one of the sector that is affected is education, which basically is a very, very fundamental of every human being. So I think that's why it has been a topic for discourse, deliberation, and I think the rightly the Memorial B.Ed College has taken up this topic for this international webinar. And I'm very glad to hear some of the prominent speakers who had been speaking on the various topic. And I'm really kind of enlightened by the discussion that we have had from yesterday. So I really feel honored to be in this particular webinar, international webinar, and doing my part because I was given a part where I need to talk about the strategy, basically to how to bridge gap and the equity aspect. Now, I would like to share, maybe I will have in the background my slides. So I like to share here. Is it visible now?
Yes, yes, sir.
No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Well, as I was introduced, I've been in the academic field for the last 21 years in the university level. And so I have been managing the administration aspect also of international different projects and also of education. So from that point of view, I would like to talk a little bit about the strategy, especially how to bridge the gap and how to maintain the equity in the education. So that's what my area will be discussion will be on. The first thing that I would like to ask question is that why are we talking about bridging gap and equity in this particular situation of COVID-19? This is very important for us to understand. Why are we talking about this right now? Had this not been an issue before? Or if had it been, then why it has been discussed so much now? So this is something, a very, very important aspect for me. And I think the basic reason for this is because we are using a new medium of teaching at this moment of crisis where we are talking about the online teaching. So that means we are trying to retrospect again the method of teaching, the system of teaching. And that's why all these issues of the bridging the gap, the equity aspect are coming in again, which has never been done earlier. But I think it was always there, the issue was always there. But we ignored it, or we just assumed that everything is correct because we have been using the, if I very kind of and categorically use the term traditional teaching, which I have no ill feeling about. But then this has been the teaching methods for the last 100 years that we have been using in our system, in education system, be it in India, be it in Nepal, or be it in the Southeast Asia. So that's why I think we had assumed that this is a correct method and we never had any discussion on this. But right now, the whole situation has changed, and in this pandemic, we have been we have been basically forced to go into some new kind of teaching methodologies, and that's why we are asking again the fundamental question of education, that is in what way we are trying to manage the gap that exists in this. How do we ensure that there is an equity of education that we are giving? If you look into the history of education, at least in this part of the world, we had this particular question maybe 100 years back, when the education was only for elite, or the education was only for people who had the resources. But now, if you look into your constitutions, Indian constitution, if you look into Nepal's constitution, or if you look into many of the constitutions of this region of the world, you will see that the education has become the fundamental right of the constitution. So it has become a fundamental right of each and every students. So definitely, this particular fundamental right has to be provided in a very equal way. And that's why I think when we are using this very new approach of teaching, and this issue has come up. So that's why I think we need to first understand what are the gaps that are created in this new platform. And then it will be much easier for us to talk about the strategies that we need to have to cope with those gaps that we identify, or the issue of the equity. So I like to talk a little bit on that basically. So if I look into the education, basically, what do we have to do in the system? We have to ensure that all the students have an equal access to the opportunities of education, they need to have an equal support for the education that they have. They need to have the right tools for the education system. So that is what we need to provide in our education system. And also, we need to make sure, the medium of our education is what? Teachers. So definitely teachers should be, they should be strive for more equity in the classroom. All students can, because when we have an equality in the classroom, whatever that classroom is, the structure is, so in that situation, the students will be able to contribute more, and they will feel confidence, they will feel belonging, and then they will be able to learn. So that atmosphere will be there. So, but the thing that we have seen is that because of this pandemic, the inequalities that is created in this whole new system that we are approaching for providing the solution to the education is creating inequalities, and because of this inequalities, many of the students are held back, and they are basically not able to learn. They are not in a position to receive the education as they were receiving. So definitely this is what the condition is. And as I said, we would like to talk about the gap, the inequality that are existing. Definitely everyone is talking about digital divide, the digital gap that we have. And because of this, what are the problems that we have in our education system that we are, be it in primary school, be it in the secondary school, or be even it in the university level. At every level, we find this particular issue. So we'll talk about it later. That's one thing that I would like to discuss a little bit more regarding the digital divide. But there is another issue which is coming up very, very much with this pandemic situation, is that the achievement gap, the concept of achievement gap. If we just I wanted to discuss on that a little bit. When we talk about the achievement gap, means whenever there is an inequality, then definitely what happens, certain group of students will be they will be achieving more from the same resources than the other group of students. So definitely what happens is that because of the digital divide, because of the digital gap, this achievement gap will increase further, and this will create a large problem in the society in days to come maybe. So we really have to understand this aspect also, that maybe there is a new dimension of this achievement gap that has been added, and where the policymakers, especially the leaders of the education institutions, have to understand this issue also. So I think this is also something that we have to understand, and this is also creating a major aspect. So that is also I'm taking into the achievement gap issue. Now, if you look into India, or if you look into even Nepal, like what we see is that the school system, till now we knew that the results are different for like some of the private schools. They have been doing very good as compared to the government schools. But if you see right now, if you look into the education system, the school system has been exposed. A vast difference we see in many of the school in terms of the infrastructure. Okay, and that is creating a major differences now. Again, there is a big gap between the school systems also. That some of the government school or some of the publicly funded schools are not doing not doing, I will not say inappropriate, but they are not doing as good as some of the schools which are, who have a lot of resources. So definitely there is again a whole system is there is a difference. Like some school system which has a wonderful infrastructure system which can match any kind of change scenario, and they can handle the education system. But many of the school systems are exposed now that they don't have that infrastructure which is needed to support in this kind of education what we are trying to use in this particular period of time. So definitely the school systems are exposed, and we see a vast difference, and that is also a gap that we need to talk about, or inequality that we exist in the system that we need to talk about. Similarly, there's another concept which what we call the learning loss. Like during the summer vacation, students have a tendency of losing some of the learning that they have. But usually what happened that during the summer vacation or 2-3 months of period, usually that loss is even. But because of this pandemic, now what is happening is that this learning loss is very uneven. People who have the capability, the people who have the potential, they may not be losing that much of learning as compared to the people or the students from the underprivileged society. They will be losing a lot. There are a lot of surveys done in the Western world which tells us that where the impact will be, where the learning loss will be. And this is something very important for us also to understand, because we know in this part of the world there is very, very less your research in this area to see. Already, like in the Western world, they have done the research in this area. What are the subjects that the students will be weak when they come back to normal school? Like, and if you see, the major will be in their learning, in their reading ability. Reading ability one where the loss will be very high, and also the mathematics part. There also their learning loss will be very high. So we really have to understand what is the situation in India, what is the situation in the Southeast Asian countries. Will it be similar like what we see in the Western world, or will it be completely different here in India or in Nepal in that case, or in the Southeast Asia? We need to understand where the learning loss will be during this pandemic situation. So we need to have a proper study, and I'm definitely, because I know that there are a lot of policymakers here, maybe the principal or the authorities of the university, who will be able to look into this issue. Maybe they will need to do a proper research to understand where the learning loss is, in which area it is, and so that we can make plans accordingly. So this is very, very important for us to understand. If you want to understand the gap, if you want to bridge the gap, we need to understand the gap also. And that is what we are saying in the next point, is where when we resume the normal class, the variability among the students will be very high. Some of the students will be very well equipped. They may not have that much of learning loss, and some of the students will be too much of the learning loss. And then there will be completely unequal distribution of learning within the class. And that could be, I'm not saying that's only in the school level, this can go up to the university level also. And we need to be prepared for that. The variability of the students' learning or their knowledge at the time when they come back to class. So the normal class that I'm trying to talk about. And if you look into basically the situation in India or in Nepal, we don't have very much into what we call the mental health counseling aspect. I think our school system is inbuilt for this mental health actually. Many of the mental health issues, these are basically solved or knowingly, unknowingly from the atmosphere that we get in school, that we get in university, with the peers, with the seniors, maybe with the faculties when we talk, because we talk very freely here, as if we are part of the family. So the school system has been the care for the mental health. But now with the absence of this school system or the university system for so many months, 4 or 5 months, and in this pandemic situation, because of financial loss or the economic loss in the family, or the health issue in the family, the mental health standards will be very, very low with many students. So definitely we need to take care of that also. There will be an inequality, and maybe, as I said, the academic environment was the one which has helped them to overcome this mental health issues. So definitely once we open up our school system, we will see this very many issues of mental health. And let me tell you that there are a lot of research which has gone into to say that if the mental health of the students at the young age, if it is not good, then definitely when they grow up or when they become an adult, then they may always have a lot of problem in their life. So definitely this what we call the unknowingly we were having this system in the form of our school or in the form of our university. This is absent now, and that may create a lot of problem to the students. So definitely we should also understand there is the gap there is an inequality with the students in this aspect. So understanding the gap, I'm seeing there will be a lot of different gaps, and I understand that so many people with vast knowledge who are listening to this my deliberation, listening to this particular lecture that I am giving here, definitely they will say that there are many other issues. I don't disagree with that. I understand, but because of the limitation, I have just kept some of this only as a major, which we think we need to address, and we need to look into this to make the whole education system a better one. So that's why I say that these are some of the gaps. But then, as I said, there are many other people who will say there are many other issues which are also important. I do agree with that too. Without any my biasness, I'll say that those are also important gap which maybe we have to look into. Now, as I was talking about the digital aspect, digital divide, you know, always we say that digital divide is just because of the economic condition. No, definitely not. Let me tell you, it's not only an economic divide because by which we have the digital divide. It could be a geographical issue also. Sometimes maybe the community may be very wealthy, very good enough, but maybe geographically they are located in such a place where the connectivity is very poor. So it is nothing to do with just the economic. It is both economic as well as the geographical issues. At least in Nepal, we do have a lot of problem because of the geographical issue, not only because of economical. And I do understand that even in India, there are a lot of places where economically they might be doing good just because the infrastructure may not have reached there. The digital infrastructure may not have reached there. And that's why we see the area where there will be a lot of problems. If you look into the Southeast Asia, if I just look into Nepal, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, if I look into that, I'm sure that my next statement will be very much correct for this environment. Like for many students, the school environment was the only source of internet accessibility. So definitely what happened is that when the school system is closed, when they are not allowed to be in the university, when they are not allowed to be in the school library, or when they're not allowed to be in the school premise, they do not have a proper source of internet with them. And that is a major problem, I think. So this is also creating a large divide in the digital divide aspect. Of course, as I said, economic, like data cost, device cost is something which is burden now for parents, also for students. So definitely this is also creating a lot of divide. And most of the students now, they are forced to use their smartphone to receive their education. And let me tell you, smartphone is not equipped for teaching and learning process actually. This is just for entertainment, maybe just for communication, maybe, but this is not a proper device for teaching and learning. And what we are doing at this moment, parents, they don't have any other options. They are providing their smartphone to their children to go to their online classes. And that is definitely a lot of difficult, because that is not the right device for where we have to put our input. Like if you have to type something, if you have to answer something, we will not be able to do as we can do it in our desktop or in our laptop. So definitely this is also creating a large amount of gap, digital gap, that I can say that not all are equipped with the laptop or the desktop at home to continue their education. So definitely this is also what we have to understand. But many people just ignore that. They just say that smartphone is there, so they are able to receive my class. They are able to hear my class, but that is not complete. It is only, I will say that it's only one-sided aspect. Similarly, another important thing that is very, very essential, I think, is that, you know, many houses may not have proper private space for the teaching, learning for the students and even for teachers. Let me be very frank. Even the teacher may have this problem. They may not have private place where they can be in their private, like when they are in the school, they get their classroom, which is very private for them. So they can use that, or even for the students, when they go there, they have their private room. That means the room in which they share with their fellow students. But that may not happen at home, because there may be family members, there may be children, there may be grandparents who are, you know, They will come and see what is happening there. Are you studying better? What are you doing in your laptop or in your mobile? So they will come and they will do this intervention there. So definitely this is also creating a lot of problem, and I think this is also creating a kind of a digital divide, basically in the aspect of our education. So I have tried to keep this in different perspective again. Okay, now let me talk about, have we got any opportunities? Because when we have to talk about strategies, we also need to talk about the opportunities that has created because of this situation. And I think there are few opportunities that I see. Now people have no boundaries. Like even in this webinar, we have speakers from Helsinki, we have speakers from Denver, University of Denver, we have speakers from Finland. I'm from Nepal, and I'm sure there are many other speakers from different parts of the world, or even there are participants who are participating from different parts of the world. And this is something, an opportunity. And this is an opportunity, but this is nothing new system that has been there that we are using. But we never thought of having a webinar, and the webinar had never been so successful in the education history, at least in this part of the world. Never. It was never thought as another option, because always whenever we ask an university, why don't you, or a department, why don't you do any international conference, they say we have lack of fund. Now fund is gone. No one talks about fund now. It's everything is about what this is somebody was saying that duriya fasle khatam ho gaye. So definitely that is what is happening now. No boundaries, no distance, and that is something very, very in my school. Let me give an example of my school, that is the School of Management. I now have professors who are coming from Kathmandu. They are giving it from Kathmandu, and they are taking the classes. Earlier, even if I had to call some, the CEO of some multinational company, they used to say, oh, I had to travel to 40 minutes flight to Biratnagar. So that will be, I will plan sometime when I travel there. But now, maybe every month I'm having someone from Kathmandu who is coming into the web in the form of my online classes, and they give lectures there. And this is possible. And this is possible, I think, for and this is what the opportunity is. And look into another aspect. The flexibility of the time frame, it has become so nice. Now, no one says that, oh, this is my morning time or this is evening time. Even at evening time, I'm taking classes now for some of the universities which are not here. So according to my convenience, I'm taking. So this is what the flexibility of is there now. Even I'm sure the students are also ready to take classes even when they are in the evening or early in the morning. Now they don't say that, oh, this is too early in the morning or too late in the evening. They are taking classes. They are taking this, participating in the webinar. And this is an opportunity for us, I think. Now people have forgot that the college hours or seminar hours means from 10 to 5. No more. It's not like that anymore. If I see the participants from Helsinki, they were early morning. So in Finland, it's early morning there, but still they are present here. They are doing the, they're deliberating such a wonderful presentation. And it's so good for us that we are listening to them at this time. So definitely the time frame has gone now. So this is also a benefit of this situation. And the third and the most important aspect is this willingness to change. Everyone is changing. Let me tell you, the teachers who are teaching in online system, they are also willing to change. The students who are not taking up their books at home, now they're opening up their books at home. Now they're opening up their mobile. Looking into their mobile is now different. That they have now understood that mobile is not only to watch YouTube. Mobile is there for our classes also. Mobile is not only to watch, make your TikTok, but that is also for to learn something. So this is what the willingness to change, willingness to see different perspective from the same tools. Let me tell you, no tool has been invented now during this pandemic. All the tools that we are using had been there before also. It is just we have started using it now, and we have looked into it in a different way. And that is what the beauty, and I say that opportunity, because we are willing to change. We are accepting this particular change. And this is wonderful, I think. Okay, so let us look into the strategies. Definitely, without a proper strategy, without proper planning, this will not be a successful method. We are, as our last speaker has been saying, that just in 2 days we were asked the teachers to change the mode of teaching to online. So that we did not have time to prepare. We did not have time to do the proper changes, but we did. So what I say is that this may be the right time to do proper training for our teachers, for our students also, even for our staff, because now the staff need to handle in different way. Okay, so we need to provide proper training to all our members who are involved in this education system, to tell them that, look, you have to maybe learn these skills. So that is something things we have to understand, that we have to do proper training for all the people. Similarly, we have to understand the difficulties. Let me tell you, we really have to understand the difficulties that faced because of this situation. Some, when I speak, maybe my internet goes off, my power goes down, I may be disrupted. Maybe the organizer need to understand that yes, this situation may arise, and that should not create a lot of what you call a kind of an issue. Because I was silently observing my daughter's class when she was taking an online class, and the teacher said, you know what, if you do not come with your homework tomorrow, I will set off from the class. And I thought that no, this is not right. Why? Because there may be some other reason, her willingness to do the homework, because there may be disruption in the power, there may be disruption in the network. That may also result for her not to understand what the homework was, what the assignment was, and she may not be able to do. So I think everyone should understand the difficulties that may arise in this new form of teaching, new mode of our teaching and learning. So we need to have this empathy aspect. So definitely this is one aspect. Similarly, our face-to-face, the classroom teaching is not going to work here. We cannot yell, we cannot shout, we cannot do that. We have to change our method of teaching suitable for online, and that I think this will address in the proper training. When we give the proper training, teachers will be equally equipped how to handle the audience when they are in a virtual mode. So that's one thing. And that's why I say just online is not enough. We need to have a kind of an, the sandwich with different aspect. Like maybe we need to make the videos available. We need to provide the text that we are going to use for the classroom in advance, so that people can study it and come. So we need to mix it with others also. It should be a mix of all the other system that we have to make it more effective. Just online class is not going to be very effective, let me tell you. And what I say is that strategy should be, whatever we have accepted the change, keep that and keep hold of it. Don't let it go just because our say, when maybe we are hearing that in a month's time we will get the vaccines, and maybe in few months we will be back to normal. But do not let it go what we have started using it. Let us keep this, embrace this change, and keep hold of it also. So it will be useful later also. Let us do that. And let me tell you, there will be a lot of mistakes. Even here, I know when I take classes, and I saw here also, when I do presentation, some people are writing on the screen, and that is mistake. So that's okay. That's okay. It will be there. If we start giving proper training, if you understand the etiquettes of the things, it will slowly fade away. And this will be a seamless method of communicating, teaching, education, whatever we want to use it for. So mistake will be there, but we need to learn from it and adapt to it and make changes ourselves. So definitely these things are there. But let me give you some other strategies also, because somebody was asking in the last presentation, but when the class is open, what should the teachers do, or what should the education system do? And I come up with these three strategies, which I think is very, very important. First, focus on relationship. That means we need to establish the relationship between the teachers and the student, because teacher has always been the guardian. So I think during this pandemic situation, when the normal classes are not there, teachers should start creating relationship with the students by calling them, by understanding their psychological level, by understanding their, what are the difficulties there. I think this should happen. And why I'm saying that policymakers should help that, because that needs certain kind of time, that needs certain kind of facilities for the teachers. So that need to be provided by the system, so that they can create this relationship. Once this relationship is created, then we definitely understand. And that is what the second point is. We need to diagnose our students when they come back. Like, educators should spend some time to gauge the students' level before they start the formal or normal teaching that we are talking about. We need to understand. If you remember, I talked a little bit about the learning loss. We need to understand what are the losses there, at what level the students are. So definitely we can plan accordingly. And then because as I said, there will be variability of the students now when they come back. So definitely we should have different instruction approach for different group of students. Maybe we need to segregate now, not only in terms of what we used to have section A, section B. Maybe we need to segregate section A, section B on the level of what we need to provide them, because some may need more of counseling, health counseling, some may need more of educational counseling. So there are different needs maybe of the students. So we need to divide and we need to understand and differentiate our instruction so that we address particularly the vulnerable students. So these are some of the things. I know I don't think I have taken much time. I've been limited. So I think just keep me track that whether I am on time or not, because I
Yes,
think,
sir, sure, sir.
yeah,
No, it's
I'm
okay.
just, I would like to, with this, I would like to say that whatever opportunity that this webinar has given me, it has helped me also to understand the education system properly and prepare the strategies accordingly. Thank you and namaskar to everyone. Thank you.
We are thankful and grateful to Dr. Biju Kumar Thapalia for sharing effective source of ideas and realities on your topic, sir. You made us
Thank you.
aware with the realities, core realities of today's time. We are very thankful you, sir.
Welcome.
Now, from now onwards, I would like to hand over to another coordinator, Rubina ma'am, Assistant Professor, Uday Memorial B.Ed College, for the question answer session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Swati ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. And good afternoon, Biju sir.
Good afternoon.
This is Rubina for question answer session. We have a lot of questions, but we will we will only select a few. First question is from Geeta. Online classes requires more time than on-campus classes. Also affect our eyes. It is good for student.
Yeah, thank you, Rubina, for a wonderful question that was put. I think I should have said, I kept this at a point. Online teaching really needs time. It's sometimes I see that teachers just go on and on without understanding whether the students are taking it or not, whether they are receiving what we are teaching or not. So actually we need to slow down our pace of teaching when we are online. Just practical, I'm giving my experience. Maybe we need to repeat sometime. We need to go a little bit slow. We need to make them aware that what I am teaching and make them participants. In the online teaching, also, there are a lot of methods by which you can make them participate. So make sure that you do. And as a result, what happened, the administrator need to understand that the same amount of topic needs more lecture hours to cover. And also, it is also very important for us to understand the physical constraint that the students have, because it's not like that in the physical class they can go up to 5 hours, 6 hours of classes. In online classes, I think the number of hours should be a little bit reduced for the students, because they cannot continue take the classes for 4 or 5 hours continuously. So I think we need to do that.
Hello, sir. Sir, request for you.
Yeah.
Please sharing your PPT.
Oh, okay, I will definitely share that PPT.
Remove, sir.
Yeah, that I will definitely do that. Whatever slides I have, I don't know whether this will be very useful or not, but whatever I have, I will share it with Dr. Manoj Kumar sir, who had been helped me to come to this particular webinar. Definitely, I will send him Manoj sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, next question is Rehan Fazal.
Yeah.
Do you agree that after COVID, there will be a big gap between technology, familiar students and unfamiliar in context of education?
Yes, this is a very vital question. Basically, we do understand that this will happen sometimes, but then I think that not in terms of willingness. I think now each and every student have understood that technology is a very important tool for education and learning. So everyone will be willing to do that, but the system has to provide the support. Like maybe, the school should be able to loan laptops even to students. So that should be there. but maybe that is not possible in our Indian or Nepal system. But maybe the authorities should look into it. How can we provide those equipments to the students where they can have those kind of tools also? So otherwise, willingness wise, I will think that everyone will have the willingness to learn or have the ability of technology to do the learning. So the willingness is not a problem, but the only problem is the facilities, the tools. And I think the system should look into it and how to make this tool gap should not be there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for this informative and valuable session. Now I
Thank you.
shall over to Swati ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Rubina ma'am.
Thank you, Rubina ma'am. Thank you, sir, once again. On this priceless moment of today, the very next dignitary as resource person, we'd like to welcome and request you all to give full attention to Professor Dr. Shashikant Kumar, educationist and planner, Vadodara. Sir is a planning consultant with social sciences background. He has over 23 years of consulting and research experience in urban and regional planning, climate change, and geoinformatics. He is professor and principal, Masters of Planning at Bhaikaka, if I don't pronounce clearly, sorry, sir, Center for Human Settlement. He's also director of Green Eminent Vadodara. Sir, we welcome you on this platform, sir. And we'll be hearing from Dr. Shashikant Kumar, sir, on the topic Learning Management System. Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Hello? Yes, sir.
Yes, you are audible. Yes, yes. Am I audible now?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay, okay. Okay, let me just begin with thanking to
Excuse,
the, yeah,
sorry, sir. Excuse me, sir. Sir, turn your camera, sir. Bit, sir,
yeah.
it's downwards.
Okay, okay,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
okay, okay. Thank you very much to the organizer in inviting me for this international webinar. I think I have been privileged to listen to all the teachers, and I being teacher myself now and also consultant and policy researcher. My job in this particular webinar is to note down the policy requirement, because we would like to have this policy recommendation for the state governments, and wherever policy intervention can be made. Uh, my concern is related to more or less why this is happening, because we have to accept one thing, that uh, post COVID there is a amount of disruption in our normal routine, and this disruption is all around in our daily activities. Education being one of them was disrupted due to COVID-19 pandemic. And what we are seeing today is there is adjustment which have been made in all the countries across the world in continuing the education, since it is the basic right of human being and children needs to be provided with education. But there are differences in its delivery as it comes out from difference what we can see from presentation from Finland, Nepal, and India. These differences are due to many more inherent characteristics, as it was pointed out. To me, as a policy researcher, it begins with basic premise that why there is unequal delivery of education is basically due to demographic differential. That is one. The way our country has been uh, foreseeing and facing the demographics, which resulted in huge amount of students which has been added every year, and there is an increasing pressure on education system. And what is happening now is the children who are just been added to the school My problem, which I want to see, what will happen to the kids who have just entered into school systems. There are enrollments to be made. Already, India has uh, very high what we call exit from the school system whenever students enter into the phase. We have pre-school education system where we have kids going to pre-nurseries and further on. There is a gap in this. There is a gap in delivery of lectures during this pandemic, uh, and also since our education system just entered into a end of season when the evaluation was pending. So my concern is how many schools evaluated the students and uh, put them into next class. Most of the state governments have given a mass promotion, and to my mind, though it maybe looks like very what we call democratically okay, but we need to concern is in what manner these people will be treated in coming years, because this will be a special corona batch which will be treated like this. In school education, I think there are gaps in which the evaluation method needs to be continuous, which leads to a kind of uh, uh, assessment of child beyond this final exam systems. So, or the new system needs to be adopted to understand the demographic requirements, where such kind of disruption should not affect their uh, promotion, or they should be assessed properly by using the modern method or methods which are continuously evaluated. Though in our NCRT there is a continuous evaluation method, but this method needs to be really addressed in order to take this promotion in a literal sense. Then the question comes for infrastructure. As it was pointed by my previous speaker, this did say that infrastructure availability in the school, and that too in public schools, are very low. And that even though we desire to have some kind of penetration of computer systems in our school, it did achieve, but we need to provide these access to these platforms to the student 100%. Right now, access to internet is as low as 40% in most of our rural India, and students using these platforms are less than 10 to 15%. If you take a data on the recent availability, and that is the reason most of the schools are not able to open despite their desire to start, and despite there is a low corona effect in most of the districts. If you see and map out the districts of corona affected by corona is something around 100, and rest of 600 districts can go ahead and do the schooling, but unfortunately, even they are not ready to do it by one cause or another. So we have to take a very skeptical look into starting the school, but we must also set a deadline when and how we are going to start. We cannot go on uncertainty, and there must be some question raised in the school premises to go ahead and start the teaching learning as soon as possible. So that's a policy decision which state governments need to take. The next point is we need to evolve our teaching learning method. I think as pointed out by Mr. Patnaik yesterday about what we are training teacher for and what our students are learning, there is a huge gap. And this gap is becoming evident during current crisis. And we need to see that how these gaps can be fulfilled. Many of the state governments needs to upgrade their education and teaching learning mechanism to the national targets and directives, which is we are slow in moving in that direction. I think it is a task of educational and training institution to raise these papers and present to the policy makers in their respective states that what are the gaps they need, and that is the learning. We have to do it quickly. We cannot wait for another 5 years to intervene. This intervention has to be as quick as possible so that education system starts running and gets it rectified within a target of a year or two. There has to be evolution of pedagogy. The pedagogy evaluation is basically we have to change our delivery mechanism. The books, what we are delivering has to have the soft content, as we can see from the Finland, and there has to be more of a visual content where the children are comfortable with. This evolution of pedagogy is also about the technology penetration in primary and secondary school education, which is not there. Learning from countries like Finland is always welcome. The kind of strategies which was adopted by Finland was well taken care by global science educationists and scientists. And definitely we have to adopt our teaching learning method from countries like them, where uh, rights of the childhood and the teaching learning becomes a fun or a kind of very organized activity, and there is a kind of universalization of education system uh, in place, and equity is enshrined. Right now, we have given education as a right to all our children, but we need to now work towards equity, and which is a long goals we need to set up. Improvement in teacher training is something which is very important by looking at these teaching learning method and the gaps. And what is required is to understand the gaps between the managements of the school and higher education, and also the teachers what is there. Now we cannot shy away from looking at our gaps. The quality of teaching and the quality of delivery is exposed during the online learning. Whatever my feedback from the teachers or my feedback from the parents and the system is, the quality delivery of online classes are not there as it was expected, and the teaching system was exposed. So we were not into that mode of teaching learning ever, and suddenly it was exposed, and now there is a kind of we have to double up our speed in adopting the technology and convincing the management about taking care of the students and teacher in a manner in which the teaching learning is not hindered. So what is the concern? What I would like to point out is we need to evaluate the students learning ability during this pandemic. Now, what is the task before us in future? As a policymaker, I will say we need to collect some data, like what we have seen the report generated by Dr. Sari, in her presentation about whether students adapted to your learning mechanism or not. So, student learning ability must be enhanced. Innovation in learning must be found out, because during these days of crisis of last 30 days or so, wherever schools are functioning online, we need to learn what are the innovation which have been carried by different schools. And it is a task of NCRT to go out in the field, and the task of the state education boards to go out in the field and try to find out the innovation adopted in different schools who are operating during this lockdown virtually or through distance learning, and take out certain measures which can be done immediately to activate the government schools or public institutions who are yet to start. That means our 80% of the students are not yet connected with digital mode of learning, because many of the schools in public institutions have not started. And it's not the question of it is pandemic and it has to be, there has to be method where both the learning are important in class and digital, that is understood, but we must be prepared for both the cases, and this is the time we need to understand what are the technology inputs are required. Now, if there are free sources available, applications like Zoom, Google Meet, which is accessible to many of the teachers, should be used even by the public institutions to generate such kind of and I also bring collectively the classes and recordings which are available with various digital medium, like Government of India has education satellite channels where they are running at least 12 to 15 channels for education across the country. Now these medium can be also be used during our classes. So there has to be some shareable material and open house material available to the teachers through different state boards, whether they procure it from NCRT or procure it from this and supply it to the teachers, so that these can be relayed at different levels. Many students are not able to take uh, even the television channels as required. In Gujarat, what we are having, that we are having television channel operating, I think, between working hours 9 to 2, where they are running various class instructions through television channels wherever mobile accessibilities are not there. There are private schools who are supplying presentation material to their own teachers, and they are making it very fast. And there are evaluation method which has been adopted and taken. So somewhere we have to see how the adoption of technology will take place in future. Then how we are facilitating and facilitating and recognizing the teachers and institutions who are running ahead. So this is a time when we start looking at the institutions who have been laboring very hard, whether these are universities who have already completed their evaluation exams and admission process, like what I'm talking from Parul University right now in Vadodara, which is the only university in India which has completed their evaluation classes and examination on time, and now our admission processes are all digitally done. It is not an incompetence of our own people, but there is some amount of uh, learning from one another we can have. So these are the facilitation what we require. We need to document these new methods which have been provided by various educators all across, and have a policy recommendation for our state. And I will ask, I think, the organizers to compile all this information what has been gathered in last 2 days, in order to generate a document which can be circulated to policymakers in state and country, and also to the participants. And participants can raise certain more questions or given the point of time, and we can go. So, what is the implication of this particular pandemic so far? I think we are having a new education policy soon, which needs to be amended given this crisis and this methodology in place. So there is a new education framework which might come up within next 6 months, where we need to have this primary and secondary education framework incorporating digital education in a big way, which was earlier recommendable but not structured in a way. So we need to have a structured answer to such kind of scenario. Some kind of rescheduling in our curriculum will be required due to loss of these 3 or 4 months, or for immediately 4 or 5 batches there will be rescheduling. There will be impact of this particular scenario in future education too. So rescheduling at the state level or rescheduling at the national level might be required for certain delivery of certain kind of uh, courses, because all subjects may not be understood similarly by the students. So we may have to repeat, or somewhere we need to have to readjust certain classes in order to go for future education. So I think I will advise you as a teachers to come back with a kind of paper or some kind of study where rescheduling of certain subjects can be taught about. If you're teaching science, if you're teaching literature, you must understand how much is taken up by the students, and how we can deliver the same material in future which has been lost. We just cannot miss to have this 6 months curriculum be lost in air and then say that okay, let's forget about it and move ahead. We must reschedule it. We must put some extra hours to make students understand what has been lost in this way. Now I will come to the point of school management. Now most there is a typical problem in India right now we're facing, that school managements are faced with the financial crisis because of lack of fees. And as an educator, as a policy maker, I will say it's not bothersome for the teacher as such, but I think for a long run, wherever teachers are attached to the school, uh, having the fee or having a payment which is important for the private schools, those who are dependent upon themselves, those who are not aided by the government, those schools are now facing financial crisis too. And somewhere a thought must be given that how to subsidize, whether government has a policy to subsidize these schools in what you call generating additional kind of fund, or banks or some other institution can come forward. For the school management, there is a problem of infrastructure. Like somebody, I think previous speaker had asked that we should give students some kind of facility or electronics or gadgets. All these are possible, but where is the government in this whole process? We must also ask our governments. I think uh, Ranchi University or other universities in the state and national level can prepare a program that school managements or education must be made, what do you call, I'm not saying profitable, but it should be running in all the public institution as well. So infrastructure upgradation, the financial cost, all must be worked out as a part of post-COVID or within COVID scenario, and we must immediately act. We should not wait for another election year to get it finished. I'm only saying in context of India. We must also look into the parents' confusion and confrontation during this crisis. And there's hardly been any study being done or being going on. I think I will advise all the teachers, those who are working, to take a very statistically dominating parents' feedback so that there is a ample pressure on education system to heed to what parents are saying. There is a problem of parents who are getting jobless and who are not being accommodated. Now this is time to make school education free in true sense, and asking the parents that you don't bother about it, at least for the public institution, we can go ahead and start funding and start supporting parents in that manner, whether it is giving more liberty in income tax, whether giving 100% exemption in many things, making parents aware about such scenario which is available, and for the parents who are not able to pay or not able to heed, how to address, how to support them. We had for agriculturists or the families, we have been given say 500 rupees or 2000 rupees support. We must also give per child education support at the parents account. At least for my mind, it should be at least 2000 rupees per month in order to support digital education. Otherwise, the digital cost of this internet will be very high. Online interactions must be very much established and framed, because we have not having online interaction with the parents. And what has happened that 80% of public institutions did not had any dialogue with the parents online, offline. This interaction must be there. There are institutions who have been distributing, government distributing study material to the students in a very small groups, but we must have a very serious dialogue on online interaction with the students and parents, like what we are seeing in the Finland. Then there is a concern of tutorship and handholding, because many of, as we go into our Indian context, the policy must, or the students must be tutored in a different manner, and handholding, which is we have to identify the weaker student, had to identify the disabled or differently abled students in order to see that how their progress have been made. Many of students who are into special schools like disabled with hearing disability or visual disability have not been able to take this online very easily. So if you take 10 to 15% students, those who are into disabled category, for them on this online education will not be of any help. Somewhere we need to bring out the issues and concern of those particular groups. And there is a question of continued education in higher education level, where there will be disruption of education in higher levels, where colleges are not functioning, many universities are not functioning. But we must understand that it's now time for opening the higher education, uh, despite there is a crisis, because we all are adults and responsible citizens. Universities cannot lag behind and saying that we cannot help you stopping in this. If people can go out into the markets or though go out to the streets, there is ample opportunity. Unless there is a lockdown, the higher education institutes must open within a short period of time, because higher education cannot have this gap of 6 months. And many education, scientific education like sciences or mathematics or many practical based education will be at serious loss if we don't open the colleges within 6 months. So as a policy recommendation, I think the organizers must recommend how to progress in this. Then the last point I will make, how to address this question of practicals and workshops. At the secondary education level, this is very critical to have practice like sciences. We have chemistry, physics, botany. These are the subjects which are taught in science education, and definitely the concern must be raised. My idea is we as an educator also should raise certain serious questions. There is everything is not very poly. We must also look at that there are certain gaps, and we must fulfill these gaps. If at all online education are effective, how it happens in higher education and secondary education, where it is more of a workshop based, practice based. We must look into this matter seriously and try to see how universities or schools are going to function in this such scenario. And I will now, last part, I will just say that we need to have some good documentation done during this period. That is, good examples needs to be documented. Study of impacts needs to be done on the school at different levels, at different class, at different subject levels. What happens in English literature? What happens in Hindi literature? because it's more of, as somebody was saying, unless I touch my student, I will not be able to explain what I mean to say. So there is a physical connect between the teacher, but we also have to come out from that mode of teaching. And a new mode, if it is adopted, what are the impacts? I think those who are into literature will be able to tell you the impacts. Then those who are into sciences will have a different impact. Those who are into mathematics will have a different impact, because mathematics are most of is a repetitive exercise. You have to repeat one thing at least thrice or more times in order to make student understand. By looking into their eyes or looking into their physical and facial expression, I can say that these students are not able to understand. In many a time, even for a even single student, I have to repeat the whole exercise again and again. So this is something what is, whether in online we are doing it. So we have to, as a B.Ed college, I think you can take a good survey and come out in first time in country with a detailed report, and survey of teachers that what problems they are facing. I will specifically point out that the teachers, those who are um, at disadvantageous position, mostly the females. The gender, uh, I'm not saying weak, but problem is that they have to face extra hour at the home and also at the colleges and the schools. Now, how to deal with such scenarios? Online classes are recommended, to my mind, government of India recommended to only 4 to 5 hours. Now, why we are having 8 hours working in our schools and colleges right now? We should not have. Because if you are delivering online 4 hour lecture, you need to have another 4 hours for preparing. So we must protect the rights of the teachers. And I will say, as a policy recommendation, we have to have a guideline on policy direction on teacher delivering the class day, because they need to prepare the dynamic materials uh, for the next class. They have to prepare a digital information. There must be something which benefits the teacher in terms of their timing, in terms of preparing of the class, in terms of sharing the material, in terms of purchasing the material which is already available at different sources. Every time you cannot invent the wheel. So somewhere we must take advantages from the classes. I will not say something which we hated for long, like Byju's or somewhere, which already had a study material in place. Why not we partner with them and try to have some kind of, this will be strictly no, but as a policy, we can go ahead and do something about it. So last point is, to conclude, I think publish this document and outline the recommendation very well. And I would like to thank the participants from University of Helsinki for their agreement to participating with a single call. My friend Mati Patai, who is associated with India for last decade or so, and we have done a lot of collaborative work. I will hope that University of Helsinki and Ranchi University also to work together. There was a proposal from yesterday from Vice Chancellor Sahab, where we can talk about how do we integrate, and we can also talk about some amount of integration with individual teacher training college. And if Uday Memorial has taken this step, I will recommend Uday Memorial to document this thing properly and send for further research and studies to authorities in India and also to University of Helsinki. And I think Dr. Sari and Dr. Niyami can help us in getting it further. Thank you very much. Nice to be with you.
We mention our deep sense of appreciation, of thanks to Dr. Shashikant Kumar sir for your very excellent, informative explanation on your topic. It was great listening you, sir. Now, I would call upon Rubina ma'am for question answer session. Rubina ma'am, it's up to you.
Ma'am, thank you, Swati ma'am. Good afternoon, Sasikant sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Again, Rubina, for question answer session.
Ji.
So we have many questions, but we have a time crisis. So we will ask only one question to you, sir.
Sure, sure, sure.
Sir, question is, if there will be online classes, then how will students progress in CCA activities, programs, exhibition, and all?
Now, these all can be online. I think, yeah, yeah. I understood your point that exhibition, online workshops, all can be turning into now online mode. The students will be presenting their works. They have to do, suppose model making is there. So they can prepare the models and show online their models but only thing they have to take help from parents. Now, many schools in Gujarat, those who are helping online education, have taken parents into confidence, and they have issued the guidelines that what parents should do and when they should have this workshop. Mostly on Saturdays and Sundays, they have this workshop where student can prepare something, and with the help of parents, they can show what they have been doing. Because parents now have to become teacher for some time. Now, this is time when there was a request from the school, and there a letter to the parents were made where how they can become an absolute teacher during this time of crisis. So they have to take a help of parent and technology. Continuous assessment can be made. There is a World Assessment Council. I think those who have designed a testing module for all the type of education institution. So you can Google it out. You can take help from World Assessment Council. It's a professional assessment body. You can design your assessment curriculum, and student has to assess online. So right now, Google Forms are used to have CCE, but if you want to have this assessment as a continuous process, I can also help you in getting in touch with World Assessment Council. I think our university, our university is already doing it. Many schools have also started. Like those who have using EduNext also, which was basically similar e-classroom software which was installed prior to this crisis. Similar software can be used in assessment. Assessment is not an issue. Right now, the assessment module needs to be designed. That means you have to modify your evaluation methods in state syllabus. You have to reduce your syllabus in order to facilitate such kind of scenario. Because a lot of time will be spent by teachers in evaluation, in assessment online, which will mean that they will not be able to finish the syllabus what has been designed for classroom teaching. Because there you have assistantship available, and right now you are as an individual, you have to break your classes, devise the schedule accordingly. There are a lot of schedules if you can take from different schools. They have devised it how they can adjust with the syllabus. But definitely their problem is also they will not be able to complete the syllabus if they keep on doing workshops and this practicals online, because that will mean we are assessing each student individually. Group work is something which is very much difficult. But we have to find a method. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, sir. So
Thank you. Thank you
this
very
session
much.
is very effective information. Now I hand over Shwati ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, once again, and thank you, Rubina ma'am. Moving ahead, after every beginning, there is also an end. And after sunshine, there is always a sunset. But still, today we too have come to the end part, but privileged, still privileged to listen to another resource person. And we are very much honored and pleased to welcome Dr. Manoj Kumar, Associate Professor, University Department of Education, Kolhan University, Chaibasa. Sir is having 14 years of teaching experiences in teacher education courses, an approved counselor in MA in education and B.Ed program of IGNOU, guided and awarded approx 30 MEd students in dissertation. Former visiting team member of ERC NCT Bhubaneswar. At least 8 papers published in reputed journals. Also, the member of international and national seminar, workshops, conferences, orientation programs attended. Dr. Manoj Kumar is with us for sharing his views, ideas, and thoughts on the topic web-based learning and online examination system. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
So first of all, very good afternoon to all the participants and all the members who are available here in a 2 days international webinar. First of all, I will thankful to Santosh Mahato sir, Rajesh sir, and special thanks to Dr. C.K. Pankaj sir, convener cum principal of Uday Memorial B.Ed College, who has invited me as a resource person in 2 days international webinar. Certainly, this is a very important topic which is taken today, that is COVID-19 pandemic, its impact on education, resurgence and future scenario. I think my special thanks to all the organizing committee who has taken such a wonderful topic which is very relevant to present scenario. And this is a very tough task to a last speaker to speak something on this relevant topic, because lots of discussion have done from yesterday to till today. As we know that our NCERT director, Dr. H.K. Senapati, sir, yesterday has told very nicely. So we should know what is happening in the world. Based on that, we have to work upon that. Certainly, sir, we have to know what is happening in this world. And so many discussion has done on the various issues under this topic. And in this scenario, I have also assigned one innovative topic, that is web-based learning and online examination system. So without wasting our time, I'm switching upon my topic. I want to share a PowerPoint presentation. So as my slide is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very much. Thank you. So today's topic is web-based learning and online examination system. In this topic, that is very much relevant. What is going on in the present scenario? That is, we are locked down. Students are at home, teachers are at home, and all the parents are also at home. So what to do in this situation? At I think 22nd March till yet, we are locked down. And somehow in present scenario, we are little bit relaxation is given, but still our college and schools are closed. So there is a need-based, and we have to see the Albert Einstein has said, I do not teach anyone, I only provide the environment in which they can learn. So certainly we have to provide an environment to all the students. So if you'll see one book I have referred, Who Moved My Cheese for an Effective Change, written by Dr. Spencer Johnson. He said very clearly that if you do not change, you can become extinct. Change happen, anticipate change, monitor change, adapt to change, quickly change, enjoy change. Here I'm emphasizing enjoy change. Be ready to change quickly again and again. So certainly this quotation is written earlier, but it is now very relevant. We have to anticipate change, we have to enjoy change, and we have to ready to change quickly again and again. It is very much relevant in present scenario. So the need of the hour is, if you'll see what is the need of hour, that is, let us make use of this lockdown period as an opportunity and relevant to the present situation. हमें क्या करना होगा, इस लॉकडाउन को एक अपॉर्चुनिटी के रूप में लेना होगा. I will speak some bilingual also, so I think most of the students will also learn. This is the point. I'll provide you some solution also regarding the online exams. So we have to take an opportunity and relevant to the present situation. So engage the students continuously by interacting with them through online or any convenient form. What I have said here, engage the students. We have to, हमें बच्चों को engage करना होगा लगातार by interacting with through the online or any convenient mode suitable to you and you are the student. Whatever the mode, बहुत सारे mode available है हमारे पास online platform पे. आज हम चर्चा भी करेंगे यहाँ पर आधे घंटे में. So in the, it is a time to adopt change. अब वो समय आ गया है to have to adapt change to be relevant, since the technology of online education and all the digital initiative have the possibility to revolutionize higher education. So my topic is web-based learning. So first of all, I have to see what is web-based learning. So web-based learning is often called online learning. कुछ नहीं, इसको online learning कहते हैं या e-learning कहते हैं, because it include online course content. Everything is available in online course content. Discussion forum via email, video conferencing or live lecture, जो भी हम लोग करते हैं, live lecture, are all possible through the web. सिर्फ web के द्वारा ये हो सकता है. Web-based course may also provide static page such as printed course material. कभी-कभी वेब बेस्ड के द्वारा आपको पास प्रिंटेड मटेरियल भी आता है. सो वेब बेस्ड लर्निंग क्या है? दिस इज ऑनलाइन लर्निंग और ई लर्निंग कह सकते हैं इसे. सो वेब बेस्ड लर्निंग एक डायग्रामेटिक फॉर्म में देखें तो देयर इज अ हेल्प ऑफ लैपटॉप, डेस्कटॉप और मोबाइल. वी हैव टू गेट दिस. यस्टरडे वी हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट द ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग आल्सो. वन ऑफ द स्पीकर हैज सेड regarding e-learning, webinar, videos, all this thing is running in the web-based learning. So web-based learning, that is the online mode of learning. So web-based, if you'll see, that is web-based learning refers to type of learning that use the internet as an instructional delivery tool to carry out various learning activities. First of all, अगर online teaching करना हो तो सबसे prior important चीज है, without internet, without data, we do not go for online learning. So web-based learning में सबसे important बात आ जाता है internet. Internet as an instructional delivery tool to carry out the various learning activities. It can take the form of pure online learning in which the curriculum and learning are implemented online without face-to-face. यहाँ हमें क्या करना है? Without face-to-face. There is no face-to-face. Everything is done by the online mode. So none face-to-face using web technology. Whatever you're using, web technology. It is learning that occur with lesson conduct via the internet. So with the help of internet, हम लोग पढ़ाई करते हैं, है ना? और यहाँ पर face-to-face नहीं होता है. So internet level transfer of knowledge and skill. So this involve discussion, forum and course content through email, live lecture and videos. हम इस माध्यम से हम पढ़ाई कर सकते हैं, हम चर्चा कर सकते हैं through the web-based learning के माध्यम से. So teaching material that is presented via internet is specifically the world wide web, www जिसको कहते हैं, world wide web के द्वारा. Then next is, I think क्या हो गया ये?
Yes, sir.
The slide is not moving. That's okay. Next slide. So flexible learning. So flexible learning, there is a what we have, that is a in web-based learning, there is a flexible learning. So flexible learning just in time and continued learning anytime and anywhere. Earlier in a face-to-face mode, what we have to do, we have to gather in a campus and a certain time, and 10 to 4 or whatever the time is there, we have to go for a learning. But here there is no time. In the morning, just you have seen in Finland, there is a morning, and in some other part they have evening. So this is a flexible learning. किसी भी समय हम learning कर सकते हैं. So when to use web-based learning? So when your learners need flexible training hour, when live group work is essential to learning well, when application of learning need constant reinforcement. कब कब जरूरत पड़ेगा वेब बेस्ड लर्निंग का? तो when you need training to be a cost effective, when your task forced in geographical distribution, when your learner are not technically oriented, आपके learner अगर technically oriented नहीं है तो वहाँ web based learning की आवश्यकता पड़ सकती है. When part of a training objective is network among learner, when your need training to be available on demand, when you want to accommodate different learning style. So these are the point we have discussed when to use a web based learning. So here also in a web-based learning, we have to know that these two terms. Earlier also one speaker had discussed the synchronous and asynchronous. So synchronous is what? Asynchronous, the transmission of a data is sent in a continuous stream at a constant rate. Synchronous communication required that the clock in the transmitting and receiving devices are synchronized running at the same rate. आप कह सकते हैं जो भी आपका सिंक्रोनस हो रहा है जैसे चैट रूम, वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग, ये सारे सिंक्रोनस के द्वारा हैं, ये कहलाते हैं. ठीक है. देन सिंक्रोनस बहुत फास्ट होता है, वहां कोई गैप नहीं होता है. जबकि asynchronous में बात होते हैं, the asynchronous, the transmission of a data generally without the use of external clock signal, where data can be transmitted intermittently rather than the steady stream, like letter, like email, like television, like radio, like a discussion board. These are the asynchronous. जहां आप कह सकते हैं कि ट्रांसमिशन बहुत स्लो होता है, जहां there is a present gap between the data, वहां asynchronous होता है. So web based learning में ये दो टर्म को जानने की आवश्यकता होती है. अगर आप देखें तो डिजिटल इनिशिएटिव अगर क्या क्या लिए गए हैं, तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के द्वारा तो एक स्वयं प्रभा, नेशनल डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी, PG Pathshala, these are the digital initiative taken by the government of India. Here, my point is here, today I will show you different platforms so that in this COVID-19 situation during the lockdown period, how the people will learn through the web. I am trying to focus on that and some tools which helps you in examination. So first one is Swam. स्वयं में अगर आप जाने तो वहां मूक एक शब्द आता है, दैट इज अ मैसिव ओपन ऑनलाइन कोर्सेस. हमारे पास बहुत सारे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के द्वारा मैसिव ओपन ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज अवेलेबल हैं, और ये मूक के द्वारा क्या होते हैं कि आप वी नीड टू डिजाइन ए सॉल्यूशन टू इम्पार्ट क्वालिटी एजुकेशन टू ऑल. द मूक्स एक आए हैं जो डिलीवर करते हैं कंट्रीज में नॉट सॉल्व द problems and the purpose. So indigenous MOOC seems to be a viable solution. So MOOC जो है massive online open courses एक बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म लेके आया है जो different courses को घर में बैठे हुए आप कोर्स कर सकते हैं, चाहे इनफॉर्मली या फॉर्मली. ये MOOCs के द्वारा ही ये आते हैं स्वयं, जो स्वयं एक फ्री ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन है जो इंडिजिनस मूक्स के द्वारा लॉन्च हुआ था 15 अगस्त 2016 को, और ये जुलाई 9 2017 को प्रेजेंटेड किया गया था. ठीक है. देन स्वयं को अगर देखें तो व्हाट इज स्वयं? स्वयं इज अ शॉर्ट फॉर्म. इफ यू सी द फुल फॉर्म ऑफ स्वयं, दैट इज अ स्टडी वेब्स ऑन एक्टिव लर्निंग फॉर यंग एस्पायरिंग माइंड. सो आपको एक्टिव लर्निंग बनाएगा किसको? तो यंग एस्पायरिंग माइंड्स को. तो स्वयं इज देयर. व्हाट इज स्वयं? A little bit information I am providing here. Initiated by the government of India, that is achieve the 3 cardinal principle of education policy, that is access, equity and quality. ये 3 पॉलिसीज पे काम करते हैं और प्रोवाइड करते हैं बेस्ट लर्निंग रिसोर्सेज टू ऑल स्वयं के द्वारा, including the most disadvantaged and seeking to bridge the digital divide. अभी जो सर बिजू सर भी बात कर रहे थे, आई थिंक ये गैप को दूर किया जा सकता है स्वयं के द्वारा. ठीक. स्वयं प्रभा आगे बताएंगे. तो स्वयं में 1 steps web and mobile based interactive e-content for all course, high quality learning experiences using multimedia or anytime anywhere. आप कहीं भी बैठ के स्वयं के फीचर्स को स्वयं के द्वारा कोर्स कर सकते हैं. State of the art system that allow easy access, monitor and certification. पीयर ग्रुप इंटरेक्शन डिस्कशन फोरम वहां हो सकता है, एंड हाइब्रिड मॉडल ऑफ डिलीवरी दैट एड्स टू द क्वालिटी ऑफ क्लासरूम टीचिंग। ये स्वयं के फीचर्स हैं। अगर इसके फ्रेमवर्क को देखें तो गाइडलाइन फॉर डेवलपिंग ऑनलाइन कोर्सेस, ये आपके स्वयं में आता है। पहले तो ये गाइडलाइन डेवलप्ड हुआ, इंप्लीमेंट हुआ 2016 में, यूजीसी इसको रेगुलेशन लाया 2016 में, और गाइडलाइन डेवलप्ड हुआ कोर्स अंडर द स्वयं 2017 में। स्कोप अगर आप समझने की आवश्यकता है तो courses to meet the need of a lifelong learner. As we know, we have a professional development courses, lifelong learning is there. So different courses are available in SWAYAM portal. So skill based courses are available, curriculum based courses from diverse discipline, advanced curriculum and professional certificates course is there, independent course is there, इंडिपेंडेंट कोर्स के अलावा स्कूल एजुकेशन के लिए भी यहाँ पर उपलब्ध कराया गया है। स्वयं का एक पोर्टल है, एनीबॉडी कैन विजिट द स्वयं पोर्टल एंड दे कैन एनरोल देयर सेल्फ, एंड दिस इज वन प्रोसेस अ जर्नी in a few steps. I can remind you, you have to go a registration in a SWAYAM, discover course, in which course you are interested, you discover it. There are so many courses are there, enroll yourself. This I'm talking about informal learning, learn at your own place and place, आप अपने हिसाब से पढ़ें, get clarification online, सबमिट ऑनलाइन असेसमेंट, एंड वो आपका कोर्स कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। इनफॉर्मल लर्निंग भी है, कुछ यहाँ फॉर्मल लर्निंग कोर्सेज भी अवेलेबल है, जैसे आप देख सकते हैं, हियर इज अ फॉर्मल लर्निंग, कंप्लीट योर कोर्स, रजिस्टर्ड फॉर एग्जाम, पे ऑनलाइन, राइट एग्जाम, गेट सर्टिफिकेट, यानी गेट क्रेडिट ट्रांसफर टुवर्ड्स योर सर्टिफिकेट, यानी कि देयर आर वेरियस कोर्सेज अवेलेबल देयर एंड यू कैन go ahead for a SWAYAM portal. If you will see the SWAYAM globalizing your teaching, teacher API score, ये लोग सोचेंगे कि क्या फायदा है, तो ये आपका API स्कोर को भी इनहांस किया जा सकता है इससे, कंटेंट राइट्स अवेलेबल है, कैरियर एडवांसमेंट थ्रू अर्पित भी है ये। What is ARPIT? I can say one minute. That is ARPIT, that is an annual refresher program in a teaching, that is our ARPIT. That it has been decided by the UGC that successful completion of the course offered under the ARPIT after the 40-hour course, तो वो आपका इक्विवेलेंट माना जाएगा एक रिफ्रेशर कोर्स के हिसाब से। अगर आप 40 आवर का इंस्ट्रक्शनल मटेरियल को आप कोर्स करते हैं, दैट इज वन रिफ्रेशर कोर्स। सो थ्रू ARPIT एनुअल रिफ्रेशर प्रोग्राम इन टीचिंग, दैट्स आई हैव डिस्कस्ड कैरियर एडवांसमेंट थ्रू ARPIT। ओके, then I am switching another web-based course you can do, that is a SWAYAM Prabha. The SWAYAM Prabha is another free DTS channel for education. अब जिसके पास अगर इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है तो उनको निराश होने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के द्वारा टीवी पे स्वयं प्रभा के द्वारा फ्री डीटीएस चैनल के द्वारा एजुकेशन प्रोवाइड की गई है। यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो स्वयं प्रभा is conceived as a group of 32 DTS channel devoted to telecasting of high quality educational program in 24/7 basis पे available है। So every day there will be a new content for at least 4 hours, which would be repeated 5 more time in a day, allowing the student to choose the time for their convenience. ये आपका 4 घंटे का प्रोग्राम 5 बार रिपीट होता है। You can see it through the SWAYAM Prabha. The channel are uplinked from the Vices Gandhinagar. The content are provided by following UGCC, IGNOU, NCERT के द्वारा content provide किया गया, develop किया गया है इसके द्वारा। InfluNet Center maintain the web portal. Then इसके भी कुछ objectives हैं। Higher education, curriculum based course content at postgraduate and undergraduate level, covering diverse disciplines such as arts, science, commerce, performing arts, social science and humanities. मैं यहाँ बताना चाहूंगा कि ये सभी के लिए, हायर एजुकेशन, स्कूल एजुकेशन, सभी के लिए यहाँ पर स्वयं प्रभा के द्वारा एजुकेशन प्रोवाइड किया जाता है, आइदर पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट और अंडर ग्रेजुएट। आप देख सकते हैं इन स्कूल एजुकेशन ऑल्सो from 9 to 12, modules for a teacher training, as well as a teaching and learning aids for children of India to help them understanding the subject matter, as well as for assistance for 11th, 12th, also preparing a competitive exam. So in a higher education, in a school education, in a secondary school education, सभी के लिए यहाँ पे स्वयं प्रभा के द्वारा ये अवेलेबल कराया गया है. The next one is NDL. NDL is the National Digital Library of India. I think all of you know this Ministry of Human Resource Development under the National Mission on Education through Information and Communication Technology has initiated the NDL, that is National Digital Library project to develop a framework of virtual repository of learning resources through a single window search facility. एक ही विंडो पर सारे फैसिलिटीज नेशनल लेवल पे डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी अवेलेबल हो गया है, जिससे आपको फायदा उठाया जा सकता है. ये आपको समझने की आवश्यकता है, ये रिसर्चर को भी समझने की आवश्यकता है, स्टूडेंट्स को भी समझने की आवश्यकता है, एज वेल एज ऑल द टीचर्स को भी समझने की आवश्यकता है. हाउ द NDL is going to help you in a web-based learning by sitting at home in this COVID-19 pandemic situation, how you are going to be learned through the NDL. So educational material are available for user ranging from primary to postgraduate level. बच्चों के लिए, हायर एजुकेशन के लिए, सभी के लिए NDL पे आपका नेशनल डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी पे ये मटेरियल अवेलेबल है. So NDL has been designed to benefit all kind of user like student, teacher, researcher, librarian, and all of them. So information can be personally based on the educational level, choice of language, difficulty level, media of content, such as other factor. This is thus like a customized service providing a 24/7 integrated environment where learner can find out right resources with least effort and a minimum time. मैं ये बार बार कह रहा हूँ, that is available into 24/7 whole day, every time, anytime that is available. You can access by sitting at home. So a repository host content from multiple subject domain आपके पास available है. There are 60 type of learning resources available, book, article, manuscript, video. Item are available in 70 languages. Here, my point is to focus on the different web-based learning so that you explore with your own. आप अपने से इसको explore करेंगे. ये मैं यहाँ सिर्फ point touch कर रहा हूँ. आप different web-based learning को. There are so many web-based learning. लेकिन मेरा यहाँ पर कुछ specific point out करने की आवश्यकता इसलिए है ताकि आपको जो है समूचा ना करके कुछ को ही अगर आप अपने उस पे कमांड करें, उसको इफेक्टिवली यूज करें, आई थिंक दैट इज मोर बेनिफिशियल. सो आई एम जस्ट टचिंग डिफरेंट हेडिंग्स हियर. That is how to assess this NDL. You have to go for this link I have provided. Certainly this PPT I'll provide to the organizing committee. They will display you this web page. Link is available for NDL, and through this you can connect with the NDL. So NDL system is accessible to all users for general browsing. However, one need to register with a user ID and password and log in using those for accessing some classified material. So this is the NDL. There is another e-Pathshala, EPG Pathshala. What is that? Is EPG Pathshala? So EPG Pathshala is an initiative of MHRD under its National Mission on Education through ICT that is being executed by UGC. UGC के द्वारा EPG पाठशाला स्टार्ट किया गया MHRD के द्वारा, जिसमें इसका मुख्य रूप से ये है. Somebody is writing. I think please stop this activity. So please see the host. What is how to remove
Yes, sure,
this.
sir.
Yeah, the content and its quality being the key components of education system, high quality curriculum based interactive e-content in 70 subjects across all disciplines of social science, arts, and humanities, natural and mathematical science. So e-Pathshala is available, and through that different education you can take in a higher education. Here there is some another digital material, digital learning tool is available. I think all of you are acquainted, like Google Meet is available, Zoom is available, Cisco Webex is available, Jitsi Meet is available. These are the video conferencing tool. Right now we are using the Zoom and different Google Meet in our India generally. There is a Team Link is also, then Google Hangout is also we are using for digital learning tool. So
Manoj sir, can you hear me?
yeah.
सर ये आप enable the remote control for all participant पे स्क्रीन पे वो enable कर दीजिए तो स्क्रीन पे कोई लिख नहीं पाएगा अपने एंड से. मैं यहाँ पे कर दिया हूँ.
I have not understood.
सर शेयर स्क्रीन में जो वो पेन जो चल रहा है ना,
हाँ,
वो आप शेयरिंग स्क्रीन में जाइएगा, enable the remote control of all participant एप्लीकेशन कर दीजिएगा तो कोई लिख नहीं पाएगा.
अच्छा चलिए अब तो थोड़ा देर बचा है, अब लिखने दीजिए जिसको लिखना है.
Okay sir.
Let us conclude this part. So this is the first part is over, that is web-based learning. Another is my request to all the participants, try to understand, don't give to the children to writing this part. Okay, you just pay attention another 15-20 minutes. I think that is beneficial for you. Another big important topic I am going to conclude here, that is online learning, that is online examination. Web-based learning is over. Online examination, that is a technological term in which exam are taking on computer instead of a traditional pen and paper based examination. Right now we are in lockdown. In that situation, our university and school are planning for an online examination. So it will consider replace the traditional pen based examination in future. So online examination we have to learn so how to conduct this one. So online examination is conducted to the internet. Online examination अगर conduct करना है तो वो conduct हमारा internet is the main source, वो हमारे होने की आवश्यकता है, उसी के द्वारा online examination conduct होगा. It can conduct online. It is a modern method of taking exam. एक modern method माना जा रहा है इसको, और candidate is given a limited time to answer the question and after the time expired, the answer paper is disable automatically. एक certain time provide किया जाएगा कि चलिए 1 घंटे का एग्जाम है, half an hour का एग्जाम है, और एग्जामिनेशन में आपका वो क्वेश्चन प्रोवाइड होगा और आंसर प्रोवाइड होगा, आंसर लिखना है आपको, उसका डिसेबल हो जाएगा वो. The examiner will evaluate answer either through the automated process or manually, and the result will be sent to the candidate to the email or via available in the website. So it has based on quantitative approach and it is the form of a closed and open-ended question. यहाँ एक बार क्वेश्चन आ रहा था, कल भी उठ रहा था कि क्वेश्चन किस प्रकार ऑनलाइन एग्जाम किस प्रकार लेंगे, तो आप जानिए कि ओपन और क्लोज दोनों तरह के एग्जामिनेशन you can conduct. What is the scope? That is, the online examination is designed for educational institution like school, college and private institution. ये सभी के लिए डिजाइन किया गया है and can be used anywhere, anytime, and it is web-based application. No restriction that examiner has to be present when the exam candidate take the test. कोई जरूरी नहीं है कि एग्जामिनर को उपस्थित होना है, गार्डिंग करना है जैसे फेस टू फेस मोड में होता था. Easy to conduct, सरप्राइज टेस्ट ले सकते हैं, जनरेट क्विक रिजल्ट ले सकते हैं आप यहाँ पर. ठीक है, तो फीचर्स जैसा आप देख रहे हैं, इट इज सिक्योर, इजी टू यूज, रिलायबल, एक्यूरेट, नो नीड ऑफ एग्जामिनर. दैट इज सम फीचर्स. अगर आप देखें, अब मैं आऊं मेन पॉइंट पे कि वेब बेस्ड लर्निंग के बाद ऑनलाइन एग्जामिनेशन किस प्रकार कंडक्ट किया जा सकता है. तो गूगल ने प्रोवाइड किया है गूगल डॉक. गूगल डॉक में आप देखेंगे तो 4 चीज अवेलेबल है, गूगल डॉक, गूगल सीट, गूगल स्लाइड एंड गूगल फॉर्म. एंड दिस गूगल डॉक क्या है पहले समझने की आवश्यकता है. तो गूगल डॉक इज अ फ्री वेब बेस्ड एप्लीकेशन इन विच document and a spreadsheet can be created, edited and stored online. File can be accessed from any computer with the internet connectivity. अगर आपके पास इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी है और आपके पास जीमेल भी है तो उसमें आप देखेंगे कि गूगल डॉक अवेलेबल है वहां पर, और वहां गूगल डॉक में आप एक जैसे आप डॉक्यूमेंट कहते हैं, जैसे आप वर्ड फाइल कहते हैं, ठीक वही आपका ये आपका अवेलेबल है गूगल डॉक. जैसे आप कह सकते हैं क्या, वर्ड फाइल. देन गूगल सीट क्या है? तो गूगल सीट एक एक्सेल सीट जैसे आप समझिए, उसी प्रकार गूगल सीट भी अवेलेबल है. सो गूगल सीट इज ए स्प्रेड सीट, जैसे एक्सेल सीट होता है, program included as part of a free web-based software office suite offered by Google within its Google Drive services. Then another is Google Slide, like PowerPoint is there. ठीक उसी प्रकार Google Slide is there. So Google Slide is a presentation program including a part of a free web-based software office suite offered by Google within its Google Drive. Why I'm talking this thing? With the help of Google Doc, you can give, and the student can write in a Google Doc एक sheet में वो create कर सकता है और लिख सकता है. I'll show you right now. The Google Form is there, another fourth one. So Google Form अगर आप देखें तो Google Form is a web-based app used to create form for data collection purpose. अभी आप देख रहे होंगे कि आपका जब रजिस्ट्रेशन किए होंगे तो Google Form में आपको एक रजिस्ट्रेशन फॉर्म आया होगा. By sitting at home, you have got registered with Uday Memorial B.Ed College, and you have registered, and you are doing this webinar, or you are doing other national, international webinar also. So Google Form is there, creating a registration form. Simultaneously, you can create a quiz also. Simultaneously, you can create a survey also. So if you see Google Form, तो क्या है? A simple way to collect information. Google Form पे मैं focus कर रहा हूँ. Google Form एक simple way to collect information, conduct survey, perform quick assessment. Here, this is a online assessment you can conduct with Google Form with a quick assessment, can be shared with a link via ईमेल. आप लिंक को शेयर कर दीजिए ईमेल के द्वारा और एग्जामिनेशन कंडक्ट कर सकते हैं. Responses can be viewed immediately with the option to save them to a spreadsheet. मैंने कहा ना, responses को आप आराम से गूगल सीट पे आप इसको शेयर कर सकते हैं और उस पे सेव कर सकते हैं. सो गूगल फॉर्म को अगर आप देखें, मैं एक यहाँ पर आपको बता रहा हूँ प्रैक्टिकल फॉर्म में कि docs.google.com अगर आप, दिस इज अ यूआरएल, अपने यूआरएल में अगर docs.google.com लिख देते हैं तो इस प्रकार का पेज आपका ये ओपन हो जाएगा. इस पेज में आपको अगर देखें तो यहाँ गूगल डॉक में 4 चीज नजर आ रहा है, डॉक, सीट, स्लाइड, फॉरम. ये 4 चीज का मैंने अभी डिस्क्रिप्शन अभी आप लोगों को दिया, जिसमें फॉर्म्स की चर्चा मैं कर रहा हूं. जहां पर आप देखिए ये प्लस का बटन छुपा हुआ है, ये प्लस का बटन जो है, दिस इज अ स्क्रीनशॉट, दैट्स व्हाई दिस इज ओनली वन पिक्चर इज देयर. आप इसको प्रैक्टिकली यूज कर सकते हैं and then you can conduct the examination. This plus sign is there, is a blank sheet where Google Doc is opening. Then next is Google Form. गूगल फॉर्म को जैसे आप देखें, जैसे डॉक मैंने बताया था अभी, दिस इज द फोर्थ वन इज फॉर्म. इसको अगर क्लिक करेंगे आप तो ये आपका गूगल फॉर्म खुल जाएगा. और ये जब गूगल फॉर्म खुलेगा तो गूगल फॉर्म में यहाँ एक प्लस का बटन है. इस प्लस बटन को क्लिक करेंगे तो आप नीचे देखिए कि मैंने बहुत सारे क्विज मैंने अपने स्टूडेंट्स का लिया है, वो क्विज फॉर्म में नीचे सेव रहेगा. और वो क्विज जो है या आप ले सकते हैं, क्विज कहें या multiple choice question बोले या multiple plus subjective, both can be given. You can write what is mitochondria and then provide a line. They can write it answer, no problem. So that is a subjective based evaluation भी हो सकता है. Then आप देखें गूगल फॉर्म में किस प्रकार का फॉर्म क्रिएट होगा. तो जब प्लस को क्रिएट करेंगे आप, प्लस जब आप बटन करेंगे, क्लिक करेंगे तो आपका क्या, ये इस प्रकार का अनटाइटल फॉर्म खुल जाएगा. व्हाट इज दिस अनटाइटल फॉर्म? अनटाइटल फॉर्म मींस नाउ यू आर गोइंग टू क्रिएट अ फॉर्म एंड देन you write here this is a teacher education philosophy question, and then you create a objective based item. So my point is here to show you a picture, and then you have to explore with your own, and then you will get acquainted. No doubt in Indian scenario, all of the sudden COVID-19 came and we are locked down, so we have not got trained on this platform. So as I also learn by practicing this thing, so I am requesting to all the teacher educators, all the teachers, students, participants, to get practice this these tools, and you are very early you can have a quick development regarding this field. So untitled form will be open. You can create a quiz, you can create a question paper, you can create a multiple choice question, you can create a multiple choice as well as subjective question. Anything you can create. There is option I am showing you. This is a multiple choice. If you click this, there will paragraph will come, and then this is a plus button. Another question you can give, and here also you can there is a I button. This is a setting button. You explore with yourself, and we certainly will acquainted with this Google form. Next is the Google Classroom is there. No doubt we are conducting a class and we are taking examination, but somehow we are providing a assignment also to the students, and how the students will submit their assignment. For that one platform is there, that is a Google Classroom. Google Classroom क्या है? The group sharing can be used to share content and resources with class. Completed work can be easily submitted and shared. What I am saying here, completed work can be easily submitted and shared. यानी आप कंप्लीट जो करेंगे उसको आसानी से आप टीचर को शेयर कर सकते हैं, and the teacher will evaluate. So classroom is also a great space for sharing important information. So Google Classroom में अगर आप देखें तो इस प्रकार से अगर आप classroom.google लिखते हैं, अगर आप classroom.google लिखेंगे तो गूगल क्लासरूम खुल जाएगा, या आपके पास जीमेल अकाउंट है तो उसमें राइट साइड जाएंगे, वहां भी आपको मिल जाएगा गूगल क्लासरूम. तो गूगल क्लासरूम में जैसे मैंने बहुत सारे गूगल क्लासरूम क्रिएट किया हुआ है. मैंने एक किया हुआ है एमएड 2020-22 का कोल्हान यूनिवर्सिटी में, बिकॉज आई एम पोस्टेड देयर. सो इफ यू क्लिक देयर नेक्स्ट, तो आपको देखिए एमएड 2020-22 कोल्हान यूनिवर्सिटी फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर खुल गया. आप इसको क्रिएट कर सकते हैं. आप इसे चाहें तो जैसे गूगल क्लासरूम एक प्लस बटन यहाँ नजर आ रहा है, ये प्लस बटन आप क्लिक करेंगे तो यहाँ if you are a creator, if you are a teacher, you can create a group, and all the students send this code, and by sending the code they can join with this Google Classroom, and here all the students can join very easily in Google Classroom. If you'll see that this is a spreadsheet, there is a stream, there is a classwork, there is a people, there is a mark. Only thing you have to explore, this is a classwork. If you click the classwork, then you will get classwork. क्लिक करेंगे तो आपको यहाँ पर देखिए एजुकेशन साइकोलॉजी, एजुकेशन मेथोडोलॉजी, रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी, बहुत सारे डिफरेंट असाइनमेंट्स स्टूडेंट्स को दिए हैं. स्टूडेंट्स आसानी से इस पे अपलोड कर दिए हैं. सो हियर इज अ क्रिएट. सो माय पॉइंट इज हियर, बहुत सारे एप्स, बहुत सारे टूल्स अवेलेबल हैं. मैं सभी टूल्स को प्रैक्टिस करने का सलाह कभी नहीं दूंगा. मैं चाहता हूं कि कुछ ही टूल पे प्रैक्टिस किया जाए, लेकिन उस पे 100% प्रैक्टिस हो. सो आई एम प्रोवाइडिंग हियर गूगल डॉक, गूगल शीट, गूगल स्लाइड, गूगल form, and this Google Classroom. This is a very, very important one. You can submit the assignment with the help of Google Classroom, and the text can be conducted with the Google form. एक चीज और है यहाँ पे, that is one is Edmodo. This is also a mobile app for a teaching. Edmodo is a cloud-based learning management application for teacher to conduct and collaborate with parent and students. So the students allow teacher to create academic group, distribute assignment and homework. एक अनदर ये ऑनलाइन टेस्ट कंडक्ट करने का प्लेटफॉर्म है Edmodo. सो Edmodo में अगर आप जाएंगे तो भी आपको आसानी से ऑनलाइन टेस्ट और डिफरेंट चीज आपका कंडक्ट हो सकता है. सो the last one I am talking about, the another 5 minutes I will take. Kahoot. मैं बार बार कह रहा हूं, बहुत सारे टूल्स को प्रैक्टिस नहीं करना है, कुछ ही टूल्स पे प्रैक्टिस करना है. सो Kahoot is another tool. We can conduct a game based learning platform है एक, used as educational technology in school and other educational institution. It's learning game है. Kahoot are user generated multiple choice quiz that can be accessed via web browser or Kahoot app. So Kahoot can be used to review students' knowledge. ये काहत बहुत ही बढ़िया प्लेटफॉर्म है, आप इसको आप यूज करें, फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट करने का बहुत बढ़िया ये जगह है ये। सो काहत अनदर प्लेटफॉर्म है, अनदर टूल है, मैं इसको सजेस्ट करूंगा, आप इसको यूज कर सकते हैं। काहत में kahoot.com अगर आप लिखेंगे, इस प्रकार का काहूत का पेज खुल जाएगा और इस पे आप साइन इन करके आप इसमें अपना ईमेल आईडी बना, सॉरी इसमें यूजर आईडी पासवर्ड बना के इसमें आप एग्जामिनेशन कंडक्ट कर सकते हैं। एंड देन दिस काहूत का एक पेज है जिसमें डिफरेंट क्वेश्चन कैसे पूछा जाता है, यू कैन सी हियर। द लास्ट वन इज मेंटीमीटर। जैसे अभी आप बैठे हुए हैं और हम जानना चाहते हैं कि इस वेबिनार में पूरे हिंदुस्तान से या पूरे विश्व से कि कहाँ से लोग आए हैं। मैं अगर कहूं कि फ्रॉम विच कंट्री यू आर ज्वाइंड इन दिस वेबिनार, so this is a very good platform of Mentimeter. If just writing your answer, you can know कि this much candidate या this students this number of students came from this country and this country and this country. So very easily this Mentimeter के द्वारा आप एग्जाम सॉरी एक गेम बेस्ड टेस्ट ले सकते हैं। Mentimeter, try to learn Mentimeter, MENTI, Mentimeter. That is a prepare, build interactive presentation with an easy to online editor, add question, पोल कर सकते हैं, क्विज कर सकते हैं, स्लाइड दे सकते हैं, इमेजेस दे सकते हैं टू योर ओन प्रेजेंटेशन टू क्रिएट फन एंड एंगेजिंग प्रेजेंटेशन। जैसा आई टोल्ड, दिस इज अ फन, आई वांट टू नो कि फ्रॉम इंडिया कौन कौन से स्टेट से लोग अभी इसमें पार्टिसिपेंट हैं। ओनली राइट योर स्टेट्स नेम, स्टेट्स का नाम डालिएगा, जो उसमें ज्यादा कैंडिडेट जहां से आएंगे वो हाईलाइट करेगा ज्यादा। एक बार ट्राई कीजिएगा मेंटीमीटर। You can engage your audience, user their smartphone to connect to the presentation where they can answer question, visualize their response in real time to create a fun and interactive exposure. And then that is the follow-up. Once your Mentimeter presentation is over, share and export your result for further analysis and even compare data over time to measure the प्रोग्रेस ऑफ योर ऑडियंस। अगर आप इसको देखना चाहेंगे तो इस प्रकार से mentimeter.com लिखेंगे आप, तो इस प्रकार का पेज खुलेगा और यहाँ आसानी से यू कैन क्रिएट इंटरैक्टिव प्रेजेंटेशन एंड मीटिंग whenever you are. So I have talked this much regarding the web based learning, regarding the I have talked about the this online examination. I have talked the different tools of online examination. I hope you have understood, and I think certainly so many participants are using these tools. My point is there that those who are not acquainted how to conduct the online examination, because yesterday few participants are asked to the Dr. Sanjay Bhuya how to conduct the online examination. I think this is the best answer to all the participants how to conduct the online examination as well as the web-based learning. So from my side, thanks to the organizing committee, thanks to Dr. C.K. Pankaj, thanks to Rajesh ji, and thanks to all the members who are there in this preparing, organizing this international webinar, giving me such a platform to discuss this innovative and interesting topic. Thanks you once again. Now over to host.
Firstly, we are very thankful to Dr. Manoj Kumar sir for your presence and even for sharing relevant and enriching lectures also relating on the various programs on this topic. It was really very informative, impressive session, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And it's over to Rubina ma'am, sir, for questioning.
How to remove this screen?
Oh, sir, 1 minute, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir, I'll be online.
Yeah. I can remove this screen. I have to stop it.
Yes, sir. देखिए यू ऊपर में जो सर ग्रीन टाइप की दिख रहा है स्टॉप, यस स्टॉप कर दीजिए उसको।
स्टॉप तो नहीं, हाँ स्टॉप शेयरिंग, यस यस।
थैंक यू सर।
Sir, for the question answer session, it's over to Rubina ma'am. Rubina ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Swati ma'am. Good afternoon, Manoj sir.
Very good afternoon.
Rubina is back again for question answer round.
Yeah.
Sir, first question is from Rinku. Is web-based learning is effective education for better knowledge? If yes, then how will get practical knowledge?
Yeah, this is a very good question. I think yesterday ma'am has discussed about the blended learning. I am not much favor with this web-based learning because web-based learning is also a solution to get sitting at home. We can collect different knowledge through the web. Certainly, if you are a working person, we cannot move by taking a long gap from our department. So through the web, we can get acquainted with different courses. And this for the students, web-based, along with the web-based learning, if we'll go for blended learning, that is a mixing of this face-to-face as well as the online mode of learning, and certainly that is help the students. So certainly there is some positive and negative aspect. Take the positive aspect, and then you can collect so many information with the web-based learning.
Thank you, sir. So another question is from Nirmala. क्या ऑनलाइन क्लासेस से बच्चे को टीच कर उनका इवोल्यूशन सही तरीके से किया जा सकता है?
देखिए, ये प्रश्न ऐसा है कि आज से जब 22 मार्च को हम लोग लॉकडाउन हुए थे, उसमें वी आर नॉट अवेयर अबाउट दिस कंप्लीटली ऑनलाइन टीचिंग. आई एम ऑल्सो इन सेम ग्रुप. आई एम नॉट एक्वेंटेड विद दिस ऑनलाइन टीचिंग, बट द पैंडेमिक 19 कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन ने ये सब कुछ सिखा दिया. तो ऑनलाइन इवैल्यूएशन करना खराब नहीं है. प्रश्न क्या है, एक बार फिर से रिपीट करें. क्या
ऑनलाइन क्लासेस से बच्चे को टीच कर रहे उनका इवोल्यूशन सही तरीके से किया जा सकता है? मूल्यांकन सही तरीके से किया जा सकता है?
मूल्यांकन अगर देखें, इवैल्यूएशन अगर देखें तो सही तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है, लेकिन जहां नहीं से बढ़िया है, यू कैन, आप एक बार करके देखें ऑनलाइन इवैल्यूएशन. आई थिंक दैट इज वेरी मच इफेक्टिव. आई थिंक मैं ये बता रहा हूं कि मैंने इसको प्रैक्टिस किया. जब मैं अपना यूट्यूब पे लेक्चर देता हूं बहुत सारा, तो लगते हैं कि स्टूडेंट तो लेक्चर सुने या नहीं सुने, तो मैं क्या करता हूं कि एक मल्टीपल चॉइस क्वेश्चन मैं छोड़ देता हूं, और मल्टीपल चॉइस क्वेश्चन 10 मिनट्स के लिए ही ओपन होता है वो, और 10 क्वेश्चन होता है. तो देखिए, वो बच्चे नहीं अगर पढ़े होंगे तो वो 2-3 नंबर लाते हैं. अगर वो मेरे लेक्चर को सुने हैं तो वो इवैल्यूएशन इफेक्टिव हो जाता है. उनको लगता है कि अभी इवैल्यूएशन होने वाला है, तो वो इनडायरेक्टली वो पढ़ते हैं उसको. तो कुछ ऐसे केसेस में इवैल्यूएशन करना दिक्कत है. नो डाउट टीचर्स का रोल बहुत बढ़ गया है, लेकिन इफेक्टिव होगा ऑनलाइन इवैल्यूएशन अगर आप करें. दिक्कतें हैं हमारे इंडियन सिचुएशन में. हमारे बच्चों के पास अभी भी लैपटॉप, डेस्कटॉप, मोबाइल विथ इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी अवेलेबल नहीं है. हम अपने रियल फैक्ट से दूर नहीं हो सकते हैं. दिस इज अ रियल फैक्ट, बट समहाउ वी कैन से दैट कि अगर नहीं से बढ़िया है कि कुछ तो कर सकते हैं. कुछ बच्चे के पास इंफॉर्मेशन पहुंच सकता है. कुछ एसएमएस के द्वारा, अभी देखिए आ गया है कि एसएमएस के द्वारा बच्चों को इंफॉर्मेशन दीजिए वो किस होमवर्क करने के लिए. सो आई थिंक दिस इज अ गुड प्लेटफॉर्म टू कंडक्ट इवैल्यूएशन.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So you have a wonderfully explained the word change. Thank you so much, sir, for giving your time and sharing your experience about online examination system. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Thank
over
you.
to you, Swati ma'am.
Thank you, sir, once again, and thank you, Rubina ma'am. After this great and very interesting session among our guests and resources, very knowledgeable persons between us, and now we are available with some relevant PPT related to COVID-19. As we know that the enormity of the hazardous impact of COVID-19 has definitely created an adverse scenario. And in such a situation, various issues, concerns, and problems have really been emerged due to this pandemic. And presentation is here on the screen. Now we have come to another part of the session. Music can change the world. Music can change the world because it can change people. And melodious song awakens joy in our mind and soul. Therefore, after the brainstorming session of sharing and listening, let's move to the healing power of the music. Over to Sanchali ma'am and Sanjeev sir. Sir? Sir?
तुम आशा विश्वास
और है
इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। दूर अज्ञान के घोर अंधेरे, तू हमें ज्ञान की रोशनी दे। हर बुराई से बच के रहे हम, जितनी भी दे भली जिंदगी दे। बैर होना किसी का किसी से, भावना मन में बदली की खोना। हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। हम न सोचे हमें क्या मिला है, हमें सोचे किया क्यों है अर्पण। फूल खुशियों के बांटे सभी को, सबको जीवन ही बन जाए मधुबन। अपनी करुणा का जल तू बहा दे, कर दे पावन हर एक मन का कोना। हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना।
Thank you, Sanchali ma'am and Sanjeev sir, for this music therapy, for making us lively once again. Very good afternoon to all. As all good things come to an end in life, so is our webinar. I, Swati Topo, HOD of DLH section, take an opportunity to propose vote of thanks on the behalf of entire Uday Memorial B.Ed College institution. We extend a very hearty thanks to honorable guests, delegates, speakers who blessed us with their presence and took out valuable time of your busy schedule. Our heartfelt thanks to our active participants too. We thank the management, Santosh Mehto sir, Chairman sir of Uday Memorial B.Ed College, Shri Rajesh Kumar Khanderwal, Sir, Director of Uday Memorial B.Ed College, Mukesh Kumar Khanderwal, Sir, RTI Officer of Uday Memorial B.Ed College, and Dr. Chandan Kumar Pankaj, Sir, Principal of Uday Memorial B.Ed College, for their enthusiastic support. A special thanks to organization committee, technicians, and teaching and non-teaching staff for their unflinching support and coordination. What we totally depend on our identity, and our only identity depends on our motherland. Once again, what we totally depend on our identity, and our only identity depends on our motherland. So, to show respect and dignity towards our nation at this hard time of COVID-19 pandemic, with all the natives of the world, we will stand up for the national anthem. There is a request for all to please unmute your speakers.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़
द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे आहे जय गाथा जन गण मन जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय 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 हे थैंक यू
Thank you very much.
There are some information certificates will be provided in WhatsApp or email. Feedback link has already been provided. With these 4 words and a kind message, we move to the end of webinar. Once again, on the behalf of all, thank you to all. Now I announce the session closed. क्या हुआ सर, फिर से बोलना।
कुछ नहीं मैम, आप वहां से अनम्यूट कीजिए, अनम्यूट नहीं किए, बंद।